Hey everybody, welcome back to another episode of our Dark Souls Remastered lore through. Yesterday we finished off going through the first portion of Anor Londo and killing Ornstein and Smo. I guess that's pretty much all of Anor Londo, but we still haven't explored the Painted World and we haven't seen Gwyndolin. And we also have Gwynevere upstairs with whom we can speak. So today we're going to be doing a few different things to try to get some good footage of some lore here. So after having just defeated Ornstein and Smo, we can go talk to Gwynevere's illusion casted by Gwyndolin and get the Lordvessel and do all that kind of fun stuff with it. But instead of just proceeding normally, we're going to look at a few of the triggers between casting Anor Londo into Shadow and how that affects things. So what I plan to do right now is invade the world of Lautrec in a few different conditions. So I don't think I actually hard saved it after we killed Ornstein and Smo because I just didn't do it. I'm going to go out and save scum now, and then when we come back, I'll kill Gwynevere to make the world go dark. We'll fight Lautrec to see if his world is dark as well during that time. Then I'll reload it, and then I'll just fight Lautrec while it's still light out. That's what we're going to do in the near future, and I hope everybody's doing well, and welcome back to the stream as always. Alexander, nice to see you. Emlyn, thank you for the good luck. Wenders, nice to see you. Senshin, welcome back in. Zionis. Alexander says, you have abscondeth from the shop with 13 pints of ale in hand for thy stream. I can only imagine it's going to be a memorable one at that point. I don't think I exited out, but whatever. So there's going to be quite a bit to talk about with all of that, I think. Or if not talk about, it'll just be nice to get some of this footage. Because there were some people in the Discord who were asking about, yeah, I didn't say properly. They were asking about, Lautrec being invaded, whether it was light or dark. So we'll be able to kind of test this in more or less real time right here, which is kind of nice. Since they'll just save over it, I'm not going to worry about getting the bonfire and all that. But I will get some better footage of the Gwynevere stuff. So as I said last time, I was a little bit surprised at how dark it was in here. And I felt like they made it darker in the remaster. Because I remember her being this, a lot brighter, as the daughter of sunlight, so.
Thou hast journeyed far, and overcome much, chosen undead. Come hither, child. O chosen undead, I am Gwynevere, daughter of Lord Gwyn and Queen of Sunlight. Since the day Father his form did obscureth, I have awaited thee. I bequeath the Lordvessel to thee, and beseech thee, succeed Lord Gwyn, and inheriteth the fire of our world. Thou shalt endeth this eternal twilight, and avert further undead sacrifices.
So this is our other clue as to what we need to do to complete the main quest of the game, more or less. As I've mentioned before, Gwynevere is an illusion, and I'll show that off in just a moment here. Alexander says, what's the connection between the Ring of Favor and the Dark Wraiths? I don't think there is a specific connection between the Ring of Favor and the Dark Wraiths specifically. Oh, you said you don't recall the name of the deity? It's Fina, as Wenders points out. Thank you. And Wenders can't think of a connection either. Alexander says, you either, but his armor says he's a notorious member of the Dark Wraiths. Are you thinking of Kirk and not Lautrec? We'll see when we get all his stuff, I suppose.
O chosen undead, thou hast journeyed far. Since the day Father his form did obscureth, I have awaited thee, once living, now undead, and a fitting heir to Father Gwyn thou art. O chosen undead, and beseech thee. Succeed Lord Gwyn, and inheriteth the fire of our world. A grave and arduous test of metal, yea, it shall be. Indeed, we had felt the warmth of fire, its radiance and the life it sustaineth. Without fire, all shall be a frigid and frightful dark.
So there's a few interesting points with her dialogue here with how she talks about us inheriting the fire. This is kind of one of the first times where that idea of inheritance really takes shape in English. Linking doesn't necessarily mean that, so it was a little bit strange to me how we were supposed to link the flames. I thought you were literally just going on a pilgrimage to link all the bonfires together, and that kind of tied into what the one Darkmoon firekeeper was talking about a little bit. But it's really like you inherit the first flame in your own body, I guess. And that's an idea that's kind of prevalent throughout the series. And I wouldn't even be surprised if the idea of inheritance or succession comes up in earlier FromSoft games like Kingsfield as well.
Please, father's role thou should assume, and inheriteth the fire of our world. Thou shalt endeth this eternal twilight, and avert further undead sacrifices. Kingseeker Frampt, the primordial serpent, shall guideth thee.
And so with her dialogue here, it leads us to believe that if we inherit the flame, we will subvert the undead curse, which is kind of true, but really kind of not as well. Since the gods allegedly govern the propagation of the dark sign, they might be more responsible for creating all of the hollows and the undead. And so it's in the interest of the gods to kind of create this power dynamic between themselves and the humans. They want the humans to link the flame to further their own agenda of keeping the fire going. But by that same token, I think this also goes to show they probably don't really know any better. Obviously, they're scared of the dark because it's antithetical to their kind of being, but nobody truly knows what an Age of Dark will bring, and they just kind of use propaganda to further their goals.
Please, now thou shalt go forth, chosen undead. May thou be one with the sunlight forevermore.
Do you have to shoot her? Yeah, I think you do. She's way too far away. So they really make you go out of your way to get rid of her. Wender says you're thinking of Kirk, yeah. Katie, what'd you miss? Not much. We just started the stream, so we're going to kill Gwynevere to invade Lautrec's world to see if it stays dark in that version. And then we'll redo the save and invade a light version of his world, maybe? We're just double checking to see if anything changes between the world states. Open the bow. It's all gonna go for naught once. Oh, okay, that's interesting. Oh, ran out of arrows. Wait, why'd she live?
Thou that tarnisheth the Godmother's image, I am Gwyndolin. And thy transgression shall not go unpunished. Thou shalt perish in the twilight of Anor Londo.
So as we dispel the illusion of Gwynevere, well, I guess Gwyndolin still technically works in that sentence. We do get Anor Londo plunged into darkness. This is most likely the true face of Anor Londo. And as we looked yesterday, I might as well point this out again. When we looked at the Silver Knight set, it says at the very end here that the Silver Knights remained in the Forsaken capital in service of their goddess. The Japanese differed by saying that they stayed in service of their illusory goddess. So there is a much stronger hint in the Japanese that things aren't quite as they seem in Anor Londo, and that's probably the biggest clue as to how or why one would really go through the trouble of trying to attack Gwynevere, other than, you know, just being a bastard. Alright, so with that done, let's go. I think we get ganked, essentially, at this point. Yeah, I'll just heal up. But it's interesting also that that bonfire doesn't disappear. That kind of reinforces that it isn't Gwynevere's real body there. So Gwyndolин's telling us that we tarnished her image because it's not really her. So let's go ahead and pull out the black orb. And as we look forward here, once we dispel that illusion of Gwynevere, we do get ganked by 2 other NPCs. I don't know if there's too much lore behind them. I think it was Justin yesterday who was theorizing that these could be Night King Rendell and like the King of Baldur. I don't remember exactly, but it's an interesting theory. Or maybe those were the 2 like who get summoned in with Lautrec. I don't remember. But hopefully I'll be able to show off Lautrec without having to face these 2 just now. We're really just trying to get the footage. What is that? I can't use the eye, I guess. We need to be closer. Okay. Sweet. Okay, so before that, let's get a closer look, because I don't know their aggro range. It looks like we have a... Can't tell if she's or he's a female or male. And so that dude looks like it's just too dark. I'm really bad at identifying the armor. Alright, whatever. Alexander says, you think she's simply manipulating, Gwyndolin is? Basically dressing it up as being very noble and totally not painful at all. You jump in the fire too. Miyazaki wanted to change the design because he thought it was too much, but the designer was so proud of his work he didn't have the heart to do it. Yeah, he mentions that in one of the interviews. So there's just 2 or 3 NPCs, weak ones 2, stagger with 1 hit. Captini, welcome back. It's been a while. You said you only attacked her to see if she bleeds milk. Alexander said, remember to collect the firekeeper soul if you did not already kill her before this. You missed most of last night's stream. Yeah, the Darkmoon one. So I'll probably leave Gwyndolin until like last. I'll probably just kind of reload the world state a couple times as we go through here. Pencil the Fourth, he said, what is Dark Souls 1 most iconic weapon in your opinion? For one, it would probably be the Drake sword. Because that's like the noob carrier. That's the one that I think most people will recognize. After that, I'd probably say like the Zweihander or the Moonlight Greatsword. But a lot of people don't really use the Moonlight Greatsword in one. So maybe just the Chaos Rapier or something else. Ziona says, you think those 2 are the kings of the lands. Okay, so it's these ones you think? You think so since you find both Baldur and Berenica Knights at the top of Ascends, and we know that Tarkus made it? Both the knights could too. Or both the kings could too. Alex, welcome back. You said Moonlight Greatsword all day, every day. I feel like the Moonlight Greatsword is more of like the series staple, iconic weapon, as opposed to Dark Souls 1. And Winder said, you remember those 2 being referred to as Darkmoon Knights, but you don't know if it's an official name. Okay. Alexander says, it didn't show up in chat, but you meant that they are setting up so that it seems like you won't die, you will inherit Gwyn's power. Oh, okay. Yeah, I think I might have thought that as well at first. I don't remember. It's been so long since the first time I played. Katie said, the designer was right, losing the amazing chest ahead will cause them to lose half the profit. So we'll be invited into Lautrec's world, and we'll see if it's still bright or dark. If it's bright, that's kind of cool. If it's dark, I won't be too surprised. Invaded the world of Knight Lautrec the Guilty. So as we look ahead, we see Lautrec kind of here in the flesh, and he's got 2 spirits summoned with him. Oh, and we're purple, bluish, whatever. Maybe because we're blue because we're coming for vengeance, and that's kind of associated with all that. Can't really make out the 2 NPCs next to him. I guess I could probably just do this multiple times for the footage if we really need to. Probably still have my binoculars out because I'm smart like that. Yep, okay. Okay, that's a good angle, at least for Lautrec. They're just kind of chill here for a while. Okay. What's up with their feet? I don't know what effect makes their feet blue and glow like that. Make that noise. Elvis said, you wonder if Lautrec tried assassinating Gwynevere of his world to please Fina? Oh yeah. So this definitely kind of looks like a light world. It's not nearly as dark as the world we were just in. So we got fog walls up top, so we can't exactly leave, and fog wall behind us.
Well, look at you. I thought you were wiser. But I thought wrong. 'Tis a terrible pity. Like a moth flittering towards a flame. You fellows, no? Don't you agree?
Oh, I killed him. Oh yeah, because I deal a lot of damage. The guilty pay the price, returning with a souvenir of reprisal. So I might do this a few times just to get a little bit better footage. Actually have him talk. Maybe I'll kill the NPCs next time. I don't know. So we get his firekeeper soul that he took from Anastasia, the Ring of Favor and Protection, which is phenomenal, and some humanity. So we did it. And then coming into Dark and Orlando, we get to see like the other NPCs. Not sure. Maybe I'll go do the Gwyndolin stuff now since I'm just going to reload the save anyway. That would kind of make sense, I think. We already checked out his ring before, but I'm just going to equip it here. Maybe I should read it again since we just did all that. Yeah, let's go for it. A ring symbolizing the favor and protection of the goddess Fina, known in legend to possess quote-unquote fateful beauty. This ring boosts its wearer HP, stamina, and max equipment load, but breaks if ever removed. And as we look at the stats, it increases our HP by like 150, almost 25 stamina, and a lot more weight. Holy crap. Forgot how OP this was. I don't even know if we need to have Havel's ring right now to keep fast rolling. No, okay, we do. I should have just looked at the numbers there. So that'll be nice. It'll allow me to probably swing the weapon a few more times, and it'll be useful for Gwyndolin, which is kind of more of a feast or a famine fight. So Owen Fisher, welcome in. You said the guy with the spear kind of looks like Pate from Dark Souls 2. Yeah, I kind of thought he looked like Patches here as well. Obviously, like using a different shield and everything, but without like getting up super close, it's a little bit hard to tell. I'm sure that there's probably like pictures on Fextra or the other wikis which show it off. Let me scroll back up. Alexander says, you think the Black Knight Great Axe and Greatsword are the most iconic, along with the Artorias Greatsword? Yeah, the Artorias one is also pretty iconic. That's a good point. Elda said, you wonder if Lautrec tried assassinating Gwynevere of his world to please Fina? Well, at least in his world, It was still bright there, which is kind of interesting, I suppose. Great Axe is hella fun. Elda says, you think the gods assumed you would sacrifice yourself to save the world because it's an honor for mortals to do the gods' bidding? Yeah, that's probably another way to look at it as well. That may also be, shows how little they care for man. We are just fuel for them, like giants are just tools. Wonder says, one of them could be the third sealer of New Londo. Was it really wearing the robes of that? Red robes? I don't think it was, but I guess they don't have to. Where's the other one? So that's... Oh, he looks like the undead merchant. What kingdom is that? I don't really know, though. And what's this dude's shield? I can't tell. I don't know if I have... Oh yeah, I can just hold down to get my Estus back. Pancaked. Should have R1'd. So he's got like the Balder helmet, the Balder armor. I don't think those are like the Balder trousers or pants or whatever. I probably need to double check. They kind of remind me of just like the normal hollow ones. Oh, couldn't really get a look at a shield. He's got stamina for days. And so they don't really drop anything, so we can just assume, as Wenders was kind of pointing out, that these are probably just Darkmoon Knights. I think there's also a bonfire down right next to Gwyndolин's stuff. But as we come outside, we are no longer flanked by the two kind of giant sentinel armors. I don't think we have any more Batwing demons either, which is pretty crazy. Like, does that mean Gwyndolин's illusions actually have form? Was it a real Batwing demon which grabbed us? I think if we go back to the beginning, it'll be like a normal kind of cutscene with the Batwing demons grabbing us and carrying us away. It looks like we get a third NPC way down there. Okay, the thing goes away. That makes sense. And I'll try to show that one off in a little bit. Ziana says, there were 3 new Londo sealers, one stayed, another left for Blighttown, the last went with Lautrec. Okay. Elda said, you're going back to see you assassinate the Queen of Sunlight. The Blue Phantom state is how Dark Phantoms look in the Abyss in Dark Souls 2. Cool. Alex says, you really wish we knew more about this whole quest line. Yeah. The Slumbering Dragon Ring. Vex, welcome in. You said it's the spell that prevents fall damage. Oh, okay, okay. Winder said, the thing on their feet could be the Slumbering Dragon Ring which silences the noise when walking. Okay. Interesting that they would all have it, then. And I think we just left that one in Sen's Fortress and didn't go back to pick it up this playthrough. There's a window up top. Maybe you can look outside there. Oh, yeah, with Lautrec's World. Remember to kill the firekeeper for Soul and Orlando, along with the Havel best ring in the game. Bobbin, welcome back. He said, hey all, how's it going? You missed the last couple streams. It's going pretty well. We one-shot Ornstein and Smo, and then died to the archers to get up to Orlando like 5 times. Wender says, you can pick Lautrec's armor not far away from Gwynevere's bonfire on the upper floor. Okay, I'll have to go back for that. Also just want to get rid of Gwyndolin, and then we'll reload and do everything over again. Ziona says, a big problem is we don't get names above their heads, so we have no idea who they are. Felt that Iron Justice. Bernica / Balder's the Kingdoms. Oh, you feel that Iron Justice? That completely changed the context. The Steel set is Berenice, and the Balder set is well Balder. Okay. Those are the Balder leggings? Let me put them on, because I didn't remember that they looked so goofy. Those would be lower, right? I probably didn't pick them up. Never mind. Duh. I'm just kind of used to having the items on my other playthroughs. And Alexander says, no phantoms and these invasions do not have footstep sounds. Okay. The glowing feet are enchantments for silence, so maybe they're at a gank mission against the queen. Kirk has it because he's not a phantom. The two others make zero sound. Venom says, Lautrec's world is dark, implying they killed Gwynevere. It looked light, like it was a lot brighter than this one, so I would kind of disagree with that. That may have been Lautrec's business up above all along. Oh yeah, I want to show this
So
one.
it was you.
Oh no, that's her.
How
Okay.
dare you produce a blade upon a deity? How did you ever get this far? I shall end your suffering here and now. It is the least that I can do.
So I might show that her off again, but with her here, I'm gonna try to run to her bonfire to see if it still works. I don't know how long her aggro range is, but I'm just... Okay, it looks like the bridge. So she says, how dare you turn your blade upon a deity. It does make it a bit questionable how much she knows about the illusion of Gwynevere, or if she's, you know, just blindly on the side of Gwyndolin. Either way, it would still kind of make sense. Oh yeah, and I never read the Lordvessel, but I'll worry about that maybe when we reload it. It was very light. As long as she's alive, the bonfire is active? Okay. Sweet. It's kind of funny. I mean, it totally makes sense. It's just kind of weird to me when she says, like, the... Never shall the firekeepers meet. So, with her going at least that far away, it does show that they can probably go at least a bit of a distance away from their bonfires. Because I kind of wondered if the reason why the bonfire, or sorry, that the keepers can't meet is because they're afraid of like their bonfires will go out if they're not next to them. So I mean that still might be the case, but I don't know. Should have put on our lantern. I'll probably have to do that the next time around, at least to show her off a little bit. And then after dealing with her, we'll go down to Gwyndolin. I wonder if I could like walk up and just backstab her then, actually. Kinda, yeah. I mean, she definitely knows I'm here, but... Okay, cool. Close-up of a dark grass night. Oops. I guess I should have held down on my stick to just jump behind her, or to hit her. I was thinking it was like tank controls or something for a second. I don't know what weapon she's wielding. Especially with it being enchanted like that. Either way. Oh, she tried to parry me.
But how? This man is a threat, Master Gwyndolin.
get her firekeeper soul, so let's check out hers and Anastasia's. They'd probably be mostly similar, I think. Wait, oh, wait, why are they in such different locations? It's weird. Yeah, okay, so this is like the generic one, I think. But it shouldn't be. Oh, so that one was hers. So hers is kind of generic, I suppose, the bronze, the brass keeper. So this is the soul of the Ash Maiden, Firekeeper of Firelink Shrine. A Firekeeper's soul is a draw for humanity, and held within their bosoms, below just a thin layer of skin, are swarms of humanity that writhe and squirm. Was the Ash Maiden locked in the Stark prison for some transgression, or by her own will? So as I've mentioned before in the previous streams, there's a slight difference in the Japanese, where instead of saying like, held beneath their bosoms, below just a thin layer of skin, are swarms of humanity that writhe and squirm, it's like, it says, the Firekeeper's soul is a draw for humanity, so, and the same can also be said of their bodies, something like that. And then it talks about like the writhing and squirming as well. So, the relevance of that can kind of just vary depending on how you look at other aspects of the lore, but I don't really feel like getting into that stuff just right now, so going back to the chat. Alexander says, in DS2, which is far in the future, the Firekeepers are relieved of their duty. There are 3 of them in the hut in the realm between worlds. Yeah, the 3 old ladies. Zelda said, even if she knew it was an illusion, you can't attack the holy image of the Queen of Heaven. Yeesh. Yeah. Alexander said, and they're old. Their sister's the one in the intro who tells you to seek out Jinglik. So 4 sisters in total that are Firekeepers. You must have been plotting something. You believe you did not think she was an illusion. Vex says, that's the Estoc, isn't it? Maybe. It looked a bit thicker, though. Okay, so Winters does confirm she's using the Estoc. Hilda said that Fina strikes you as the jealous type, so maybe he wanted to honor her by axing a rival to her beauty. And Fina lives in Karim, so maybe she's out of favor with the royal family of Anor Londo. But that's, you know, that's not too bad of a theory there. I don't know if she's necessarily, like, jealous, but at the very least she's described as being fickle with her favor. I just realized we'll probably have to fight Gwyndolin multiple times, which is fine, it's just a little bit annoying. We need to... I think I need to, like, push it down again, so I might have come here too soon. Oh yeah, and I did forget to show off, by the, you know, this will push us up, right? So we need to come this way. In the area right before Gwynevere. Okay, sweet. There's, a few statues of, like, Gwynevere and Gwyn as well, but there is that one missing statue that kind of represents the Nameless King. And that, I showed that off in the Dark Souls 3 stream as well, but like, I should point that out again, that even between the games there is that kind of continuity, that Dark Souls 1 was also missing that statue. So the Nameless King wasn't just like a random thing thrown into Dark Souls 3, at the very least. Oh, it looks like the... Okay, if you attack the illusion of Gwynevere, the statue of Gwyn isn't here automatically, probably because Gwyndolин's like, come here, punk ass, I'll beat you to death. So right before coming in here, we do get the Ring of the Sun's Firstborn, which kind of ties into the stuff with the Nameless King. So let's check that out. That's... Alright, Tim, welcome back in. You said, oh fun, Dark Anor Londo. Merc, welcome in. You said, you heard a theory that Ornstein and Smough are the illusions by Gwyndolin, but that's a bit of a retcon reach from finding Ornstein's armor in Dark Souls 3. Yeah, I think you can make that argument. I think that resolves a lot of the issues if you read it that way, because if you don't, I don't really know how one can do the mental gymnastics to make everything work out entirely. Other than saying, like, even if you fight Ornstein multiple times, he could be undead or something, and so he could just kind of respawn in. Maybe similarly to, like, Yellowfinger Hazel or some of the other NPCs. Venom says, wasn't it a parrying knife? In her left hand, yeah, something like that. Alexander says, you'll not be talking about DS2 at this time? It was just relevant to them having to be separated. Oh, it's all good. I mean, if you guys point out stuff from DS2 that I don't know about, you're more than welcome to do so. Wonder says, you think Anor Londo's firekeeper's ghastly form is undead/hollow, possibly caused by the humanities, like how vermin and bloodborne can writhe and squirm and could cause beasthood. That's one of the ideas I've had as well. The only issue is, and you know, it's kind of a non-issue because you don't really see it in the game, is they do have assets for the brass firekeeper and she doesn't have like an automatically hollowed form, which is a little bit unfortunate. But it would have been really cool at least if there was like a small gap in her armor where you could see through it, and just to see that she is hollow, kind of similarly as the way like you can kind of get a glimpse of like Siegmeyer and Sieglinde. And in DS3, Ornstein left his duty to pursue presumably Gwyn's firstborn, which you hate. That retcons DS1. Katie says, you're pretty much done compiling footage to showcase your theory about the fall of the Way of White in DS3. Soon you'll post it on Discord. Sweet. Looking forward to it. Bobman says, beware, if you die to Gwyndolin, you'll either have to run over the rafters again or travel back to Sen's Fortress and work from there as Gwyndolin's bonfire is scuffed? Really? Oh, I don't think I rested. I think I just lit it as well. I think I died to him like twice my first time playing against him because I didn't understand what the fight was all about. But like once you do understand, I'm gonna invoke the curse of the streamer here. It's really not too difficult. Alexander says DS3 lore is crap in many places. It's like a DS1 remix. Burke says, imagine the most loyal knight of Gwyn going to find the Nameless with the intent to do anything other than murder him. Wender said, DS1 Ornstein could be an illusion fueled by a soul. Alsana hands over her soul and keeps casually talking afterwards, so Ornstein could have done the same. That or simply survived the fight in DS1 like Gundyr and Giant Lord did. Let me read this out now. Ring of the Sun's firstborn. Lord Gwyn's firstborn, who inherited the sunlight, once wore this ancient ring. Boost the strength of miracles. Lord Gwyn's firstborn was a god of war, but his foolishness led to a loss of the annals and rescinding of his deific status. Today, even his name is not known. So this is kind of the meme description that we talk about quite a bit. The silly firstborn lost the annals of history. They're lost forever, rather than him being expunged. I think there was another item which literally had the exact same description in the Japanese, but it was translated more correctly somewhere else. I don't remember if it was one of the weapons or something else in here. Let me take a drink here. Tim says you would equip the Crest Shield here too before you fight Gwyndolin. Yeah, this is the one where I would definitely equip it, and I do have it on. I just need to switch it back out. Part of the reason I haven't been using it all the time is just because I don't like the aura or the just getting footage of some fights, but I'll do it when it's a bit more necessary, and for this fight it'd be a lot more annoying without it. Alexander says, true, we do, and what we do in DS1 isn't what happens in the lore. There are basically multiple realities too, so perhaps it's many timelines. Ziona says, if killing Gwynevere dispels the illusion, it makes sense that the Gwyn statue's gone. It was an illusion? Yeah. I just didn't really remember that the statue's automatically gone once you hit Gwynevere. What we choose to do is obviously not canon. Elda says, you think the Brass Knight's form is writhing because their excess humanity from being a firekeeper is causing a state leading up to something like the Pus of Man or Manus? Yeah, and again, it is a bit unfortunate that her description, or not description, her character model is kind of normal looking in the files. So as we come up to the Darkmoon thing, we kind of get this sun-like object, which is pretty much a dead ringer for the mask that Gwyndolin wears. It's supposed to represent the sun. So just pointing this out now before we encounter him. Wender says, a lot of what happens in Dark Souls 1 shapes what happens afterwards, starting with Manus and Calameet's death, even though they're optional. Tim says, yeah, Dark Anor Londo sets your bonfire to the very first one automatically. Okay. Yep, remember the pillars, then zigzag, Tecmo Super Bowl. So you have to run back each time you die here. Oxyboxer, welcome back in. Oh man, you guys are going hard today. Are we in the Dark Anor Londo now? Have you already killed Lautrec? Yes. So we'll reload and try to kill Lautrec when it's light. Just showing off, apparently, that when you do go into Lautrec's world, it is still bright there. Because maybe not most people, but many people assume it's dark, but it's definitely a lot brighter than what we've just seen right here. Zioni says, you remember there's a theory that both Ornstein and Smo were illusions, and they were actually the two NPCs you fight, the Berenike and Balder ones? That's actually a cool thought. I like that. That description's such a crap show. The firstborn obviously had other plans for his life than follow his father. John Doe, welcome back. You said, seemingly DS3 takes place thousands of years after 1, so we could have killed Ornstein and he could have come back if he was hollow, and decided to pursue the Nameless King after we killed Gwyndolin. Alright. Jesus Christ, welcome back. Thank you for wishing me having a nice day. Oh, crass, not grass. Oh yeah, that's a good point. But I'm mostly going to be sprinting, and the goal is to not get hit, but we'll just go once with the grass crest. So, if I miss some of your guys' comments, I apologize in advance, but let's continue playing here.
Heretic. First thou offendeth the Godmother, and now thou see fit to trample upon the tomb of the great Lord. I am the Dark Sun, Gwyndolin. Let the atonement for thy felonies commenceth.
So for any who don't know, this is kind of an annoying fight where you just need to chase after his illusion. Somehow he makes the hallway go on forever, and then he just kind of keeps teleporting away. And then he does a bunch of ranged attacks. So he's got his bow here. Let's try to get some stamina. And then you can run up and hit him. But you really only get like one hit at a time. I shouldn't have gone for twice. I think this one... Oh yeah, that one hits the walls. And then this big one goes through it, I think. Really annoying. Oh. Actually, I wonder if I can show him off. Probably not. Yeah, that one goes through the wall. So it's probably a good thing I didn't have my binoculars out right then. Especially with how terribly it rolls under those controls. Sweet, we got 2 hits. Okay, so when he rears up on his legs, that's when he uses his bow. His legs are snakes. He's got snakes for legs. One of the other things I was going to mention, or is that the big one? Yeah. Is, the idea of him being the Dark Sun could mean that he's, like, shaded. Because the term used for dark in Japanese there, it has a few synonyms. The word dark does. So the particular one used in his name is more... Oh wow, we killed him already.
Oh, heretic, swathed in dark, an eternal curse upon thee.
Whoops. So, yeah, what I was saying was, killing him dispels his illusion, so the hallway kind of turns back to normal. As far as his name goes, the Dark Sun Gwyndolin, that confused me for a while. I think it's still confusing kind of even in the Japanese. But as I was saying, there are like a few cognates, or synonyms, that's a better word, synonyms, for dark, shadow, shade, all that kind of thing in Japanese. So for like Dark Souls and darkness in general, they typically use like Yami. But for Dark Sun Gwyndolin, they use Kage, which definitely has very strong connotations with darkness, but it's more appropriately like shade or shaded Sun Gwyndolin. So it's like, why? How is the sun dark? How is the sun shaded? And then since I was thinking of aspects of him being related to the moon, I was like, maybe the idea is supposed to evoke the idea that the sun is shaded because the moon is in front of it. So it's like it could be understood as like Gwyndolin of the Eclipse, I guess, or the Eclipse Gwyndolin. Again, that is just kind of more of my headcanon about that, so take that with a grain of salt. And yeah. So that was that. And before I forget and read chat again, he kind of curses us at the end of his fight, but before the fight begins, he says, "You dare trample upon the tomb of Gwyn?" And this might go into how the gods are kind of deceptive to us, because this might be more of like a memorial of Gwyn. I think it's Koth or Frampt which point out that Gwyn's coffin is essentially in the kiln of the first flame, so this is more of a memorial tomb than like one that actually houses his body, which obviously makes a ton of sense because we fight Gwyn himself at the very end of the game. So just kind of bringing that up, since it's kind of one of those things that stood out to me as being a bit strange, I suppose. No, don't do him like that. Small shots do not pass the pillars. The arrows you zigzag. Huge arrow you roll right through. Okay. Mario 64. Endless stairs. Heretic. Merc says you've run all the way to the end before, not as cool as you may think. Oh, so it does have like an end? I suppose that would kind of make sense as far as like game geometry goes. How long would that take? End is just a brick wall. Wonder says, fun fact, the seal that displays when Gwyndolin teleports is the same when Pinwheel does the same? You think it also displays on Gwynevere's miracles. Oh, that's really cool. If you take too long, Aldrich will fall on him and eat him. He doesn't have tons of HP, especially like with the two-handed Zweihander. Got sucked off to death. Kage equals Shadow. Merc says, you're sure Dark Sun has a legitimate meaning and reason, but the fact that it sounds cool as hell is a good enough reason for you. Nice. John Doe says, you feel like him being the Dark Sun is more of a double entendre on the Dark Sun, as he isn't responsible for the sun like Gwyndolin or Gwynevere, and he constantly lives in the shade of his family too. It's possible. I tend to treat stuff like that with caution because I feel that that's more of a Anglo-centric perspective on the text when the games are written in Japanese first. But that doesn't discount it because that stuff's really basic English and might have some validity. Because they do use like a lot of English words in Japanese, so... Alexander says, by the way, Aldrich and Pontiff Sullivan are these best parts of DS3. You lost all interest after you finished them. Too bad we don't get to know too much. Age of Deep is dope. It is not the Age of Dark. Hollows seek humanity more than the soul. They call it a ceremonial tomb. Hilda says, Gwyndolin you think is acting like the chief of operations of Anor Londo, but he does it in secret. He's like the ninja spy master of heaven. Kind of, yeah. The puppet master. Which is kind of funny because his boss design is kind of reminiscent of a puppet in general. Wonder says, you think Dark Sun could also go along with raised as a daughter thing, and the affinity with the moon and magic. Also, Darkmoon blade description reads that it is fueled by vengeance or something. Dark feeling. Like the dark feelings you channel to cast hexes? Yeah. So that was kind of one of the things I was like, oh, we're kind of the same color when we invade the world of Lautrec, maybe because we're trying to meta out vengeance? So, maybe it's not just particular to the ways of blue, or the Darkmoons in this game. So for those of us who've played Dark Souls 3, this is kind of an iconic location. This is where we meet our spouse. We don't have a corpse here, but we still do have those flowers there. So they were put there before Henri and Londor kind of took control of the area. I think there's 3 chests here, and one of them's empty, which is kind of infuriating. Oh yeah, we picked up the soul of Gwyndolin and something else. We get Sunlight Blade. This one's empty. And then the brass set from that one firekeeper. So, a lot to read and catch up on right now. And then we'll reload the save, fight Lautrec in the daytime, and maybe leave Gwyndolin. And probably I'll probably do the Gwyndolin stuff at like the end of the game, if I do it at all again. Alexander says he's basically the big bad. He makes Gwyn's manipulation look like child's play. Stella B says him hiding behind the scenes if he considers low HP, so he's kind of frail, makes sense. Katie says you can learn how long it would take to go to the end if you're using miracles. In DS2, they also emphasize souls as power, the big door that needs 1,000,000 souls or killing the 4 old ones, for example. But by DS2 times, humanity is gone and people are just cursed to eventually hollow without soul or purpose. Local man ruins everything, he even has his own flame. Empty meme chest. The moon reflects sunlight, so the dark sun could be a reference to the moon. Yeah. The shaded sun, because even though it like lights up, it does gain shade, depending on, you know, location. You had your 2 Londor weddings and a funeral at a tomb? Yeah. You forgot to grab the brass set when you asked Gwyn. Tim says, so interestingly, fighting Gwyndolin doesn't dispel the illusion of Anor Londo, but it does make the firekeeper mad at you. Yeah. Got a spaghetti, welcome back. Alex says, people like to argue with you on this, but DS2 is more about the curse, humanity, and how futile everything is. That's why human effigies are used to not go hollow to remember oneself. Yeah. So, going back to the soul of Gwyndolin, it's the soul of Darkmoon Gwyndolin, god of the dark sun, and guardian of deserted Anor Londo. Special beings have special souls. He's the soul of Gwyn's lastborn to acquire a huge amount of souls or to create a unique weapon. So, there's a lot of stuff with Gwyndolin and his items, which is kind of, I don't want to say like infuriating, but it's just a little bit vexing at times. So, even in this description, he's both called the Darkmoon as well as the Dark Sun. So, there's not a ton of consistency between it. And before, like, I went into the Japanese and I was wondering if in the English they just kind of waffled around with their descriptors of him, but no, even in the Japanese it's inconsistent. So aside from all of that, which is kind of annoying, but it's not like the biggest of deals, the other annoying part of Gwyndolyn's soul here is that it very blatantly states that it's that he is Gwyn's lastborn child. So when we go back to the times of Dark Souls 3, when we have Yorshka call him older brother, that can pretty much only mean that Yorshka's father was not Gwyn himself, so it had to be somebody else. So we've kind of talked about that almost to death in the Dark Souls 3 playthrough, so I'll probably just leave that there. And I think this will be a good spot to move on. So what else did we pick up? Oh yeah, the miracle and then the brass set. Sunlight Blade. Miracle wielded by Lord Gwyn's firstborn. Boost right weapon with rays of sun. The power of sunlight, manifested as lightning, is very effective against dragons. When the eldest son was stripped of his deific status, he left this on his father's coffin, perhaps as a final farewell. So that kind of sets up a bit of the Nameless King, whom we see in like Dark Souls 3 and all that. Although we don't encounter him or really find out much about him at all in this one. We can argue that he is the the statue to the Warriors of Sunlight Covenant was of him, and sense is like broken, and he was a god, and they're kind of affiliated with Sunlight Blade and Lightning and all that stuff. But other than that, there's really not much else. And this does say he left this on his father's coffin, perhaps as a final farewell. So again, like this tomb here isn't literal. It's more like a memorial. It's kind of the only way it can make sense. And then the brass set. Armor of the Darkmoon Knightess, Firekeeper of Anor Londo. After becoming undead, she visited the Dark Sun Gwyndolin at the Mausoleum of the Spiral Depths, became Blade of the Darkmoon, and assumed the flame-keeping duty. She received this armor, which hides her hideous form and helps her hunt the guilty. Okay, so this does reinforce that the firekeeper was undead, so they aren't necessarily of another race, which I suppose isn't terribly surprising. I just forgot that we do get a little bit of an explicit confirmation of that. So I guess, I mean, Anastasia also talks about that more when we revive her, and we'll show that off later on. But she also assumed the flame-keeping duty, which is kind of interesting. It's not something that's necessarily intrinsic to the firekeepers, I suppose, and it's something that can be put upon them. So that does bring up a lot of questions of how does one assume the role of a firekeeper, but I guess we do get a bit of a hint about that when we look at Irina's questline in 3. So I don't know if there's too much else to say about that. I'm pretty sure the rest of her set will be the same. Yep, okay. Let's check the helmet, because that'd be the only other one that would be significantly different. Okay. Was there something else I was going to do with the world dark like this? I don't think so. We kind of already showed off that most of the enemies are gone. Okay, so I'll probably just reload now. I could go back to Firelink, but we'll do that stuff anyway later on. I'll just reload and then catch up with you guys before doing a decent amount of this stuff all over again. Oh, okay, I kind of remember. I want to see how much we can level up. Never mind, it's not important. I was gonna go see if we would have had enough souls to level up 5 times to just do the Logan stuff, but I'll just do that after we go through the painted world and farm there. And pretty much just buy all of the miracles we can from every character. All the magic, I suppose. Okay. Scroll back up. Xeona says, that's really your interpretation on the matter. We don't have find humanity in Dark Souls 2 because there isn't any left. Also the reason why Gale has to go all the way to the Ringed City. Yeah, I don't know how I feel about the idea of humanity being gone by the time of Dark Souls 2. I would kind of strongly disagree with that for a few reasons, but it's really annoying how they made the effigies work in conjunction with all that. It makes sense with the lore that they have going on, but I do feel like it retcons quite a bit of Dark Souls 1, and then even that stuff gets kind of retconned somewhat in Dark Souls 3. I think Tim said something, I missed it. Oh yeah, I guess we could fight Gwyndolin now. Yeah, that's probably what we need to do next. So we'll fight Gwyndolin now. The world will stay bright until we hit Gwynevere. Okay, that makes sense what we want to do next. We don't find... Okay. You don't think she gets mad at you for just dying to him? Oh, if you kill him? Oh yeah, well, let's test that out then. So we'll let Gwyndolin kill us. And then we'll go up to see the brass keeper. Should have put this on. Okay, we're good. Finally, somebody who picks up the same theme in that game makes you really happy. We didn't remember past till the firekeeper hands us an effigy. Alexander says Gwyndolin adopted her. I wouldn't say that. I mean, that's probably the most easily believable one, but for whatever reason, the item description doesn't say that she was adopted. It says, Gwyndolin was her older brother. So I just kind of go with that at face value. But, leads me to believe that Yorshka isn't a child of Gwyn. But even so, I think this does call into question some ties with Filianor. She can still exist, but at the very least, she would be older than Gwyndolin. Oh yeah, and I forgot to show off the statues in Anor Londo's a cathedral again. Ring of the Sun's Firstborn. So this is the ceremonial Tomb of Gwyn. We can't just roll through it like we can in Dark Souls 3. The only way to dispel this illusion is to show that we are one of the Darkmoon. And so since we already went through the catacombs and went through like the kind of a secret side area there, we did pick up the Darkmoon Seance Ring. Why it was in the catacombs in that location is anybody's guess. I don't think like Gwyndolin himself put it there. It could have been a follower. Really don't have much else to say.
This is the tomb of the great Lord Gwyn. Tarnished it shall not be by the...
Can we undo that? Maybe.
Halt! This is the tomb of the great Lord Gwyn. Tarnished it shall not be by
Got an
the
idea.
feet of men. If thou art...
Let's get the fast. Go walk.
Halt! This is the tomb of the great Lord Gwyn. Tarnished it shall not be by the feet of men. If thou art a true disciple of the Dark Sun, cast aside thine ire, hear the voice of mine self, Gwyndolin, and kneel before me. O disciple of the Dark Sun, thou hast journeyed far. Hear my voice. If thou shalt swear by the covenant to become a shadow of Father Gwyn and Sister Gwynevere, a blade that shall hunt the foes of our lords, then I shalt protect thee, safeguarding thy person with the power of the Darkmoon.
Wait for the trophy thing to go away. What's my covenant right now? Oh yeah, the Forest Folk. Blue Eye Orb, the Darkmoon Blade Covenant Ring.
Very well. Now thou art a blade of the Darkmoon, hunteth the enemies of the lords by the power of the Dark Sun.
Have any of those? Oh, I guess I should have read that last time. Okay. Oh, he doesn't say anything?
Welcome back, blade of the Darkmoon. If mine power be needst, I shall assist thee.
And we can't really talk to him, which is kind of funny. He doesn't really give a damn. He's just like, do my work. Alright, so that totally distracted me from what I was saying. I honestly don't even remember what I was saying at this point. So forgive me for being scatterbrained. Then we got the Blue Eye Orb. And then we also got the ring. Oh yeah, so we need to die to him. That's what I need to remember to do. Still says maybe they're choosing between the two and forgot to fix it to make it consistent. Yes, Yorshka, welcome back, Min-Maxed. She's very young. Professor Gomez, welcome back. He said, greetings and hope for a great stream. Does the lore mention why Anor Londo is deserted? Thanks for answering. There's nothing explicit. I think it's just because the Age of Fire is waning. Gwyn set himself on fire with inheriting. Gwynevere left it, so it's kind of abandoned in that regard. The Nameless King is left as well. The only one that's left is Gwyndolin, and he works in the shadows. So that's kind of how I would reconcile things. Alex says, Gwyndolin adopted her because they were both outcasts. She may have been a product of experiments between Gwyndolin and Seath. Yorshka, you mean? Elda says, it could actually mean Yorshka was created and not born. That is hinted to be the origin of hybrids like her. Yes. Emlyn said, it just bounced on me. I hate it when this happens. Oh damn, you guys are going super crazy on the chat. Poop on Gwyndolin's rug. Gwyndolin is probably Priscilla's son. That's how I feel. In 3 Aldrich dreams of her after eating him. Alternatively, they could be siblings. You can't have undead without humanity. Alexander says, you're taken that DS2 in humanity is not prevalent, as firekeepers are no more and humans are grasping at the only thing they have left, effigies and souls. Bloomew, welcome back. You said, you can be locked away after the fact and didn't say which gods. Gwyndolin is the youngest after all, so it wouldn't necessarily be included. Elsa says they both clearly bear evidence of relation to Seath, unless you know of any other albino dragons. Freesun says, you wonder if his dialogue is different if you aren't wearing the Darkmoon ring? I think if you just refuse, it changes. You only need the ring to dispel the illusion, and I'm pretty sure he just treats you the same. Okay. I'm just gonna go forward here. Oh yeah, read all of our stuff. So, Blue Eye Orb, invade the world of players in the Book of the Guilty. Subdue player to acquire souvenirs of reprisal. Only Covenanter can use the item. These mystical orbs are granted to Blades of the Darkmoon, knights who serve the Dark Sun Gwyndolin, so that they may serve the gods in meting out vengeance. Pretty straightforward. I didn't read the one souvenir of reprisal because I thought we already picked one up, so I'll have to check that out next time. We also got that new ring, the other Darkmoon ring, the Covenant ring. Ring granted to those bound by the Darkmoon Blade Covenant. Answer Dark Sun Gwyndolin summoning. Gwyndolin, all too aware of his repulsive, frail appearance, created the illusion of a sister Gwynevere, who helps him guard over Anor Londo. An unmasking of these deities would be tantamount to blasphemy. So if for whatever reason you joined the Darkmoons and didn't really pay too much attention to the Silver Knight set, or didn't pick it up for whatever reason, this is the another hint that Gwynevere isn't who she seems to be. So, oh yeah, let's change out our ring again. Oh, I didn't kill Lautrec to get the super OP ring. So what should I equip now? There's really nothing that's gonna help me. Probably just this one. Oh, we're not at full health. Oh, I didn't heal up. So I might die this time around. It's all good. Here we go.
What foolishness! Why would a blade of the Darkmoon trespasseth upon the great lord's tomb?
Oh yeah, I need to die anyway.
Mark the words of mine self, Gwyndolin. Thou shalt not go unpunished.
So I'll run up and try to use my camera. Damn it. Not camera. My binoculars to get a closer look at him. I don't know how close I can get without him going crazy. He's gonna shoot at me. Hurt. Oh, okay. Gonna be the painful one? Yeah, okay. That was a kind of cool death, though. So let's see if our brass friend is angry. Oh, damn it. We're all the way back over here. Should have remembered. It'll be fine. Pancake. Let me try to catch up with some of you guys. Emlyn posted the Sunlight Warrior statue restoration on Discord. Thank you very much. I'll need to check that after the stream. Alex says, you see Seath's legacy in Dark Souls 2 as well. The Duke's Dare Freya is Duke combined with a spider. He possessed Seath's soul, and the albino dragon is mentioned by the man-scorpion Tark. Ziona says, judging by the fact there are 2 children of Gwynevere and a firekeeper in Seath's archives, you think either Gwyn was complicit in his experiments or really stupid? I think he was complicit. My headcanon is Gwyn probably cooperated with Seath to make it so that they could have like surrogate firekeepers, but the experiments kind of ended up in failure. And I kind of think that stuff, even without just knowing that Priscilla was the prototype firekeeper / heroine for the game. I think you can just kind of come to that conclusion just by like looking at the fact that he's been kidnapping maidens, and Priscilla's described as the antithesis of all life, because they're trying very hard to preserve it, but they ended up fearing what was inside of her. And maybe she's... never mind. Oh yeah, I didn't rest at the other bonfire. That explains a lot. Oh yeah, and we didn't have the Darkmoon lady. Let's go talk to her before I forget. She might have said something different after killing Ornstein and Smo anyway. I know she'll probably change it up after we get the Lordvessel. She tells us about Seath. Snake legs and the blind archer, nothing to see here. Is Gwyndolin blind? We don't really know. Many people assume so because he's got the mask covering his eyes, and that would also go well with him potentially being related to Seath, either through biology or experimentation. I don't know. Katie said, you'd be preserved with the claims of relation to Seath and Priscilla. It's not improbable, but also more in the realm of headcanon. Yeah, I mean, I probably will make a video about that topic at some point. And oh, so she's super angry.
How dare you produce a blade upon a deity? How did you ever get this far? I shall end your suffering here and now. It is the least that I can do. What you saw under light at the Darkmoon shall haunt you forever.
Okay, that was cool. So she actually has a killing quote, which is nice. And that was a much better use of footage, I think, for doing that. So let's go kill Gwyndolin again. And then show off the not the not dark version of Anor Londo. And go invade Lautrec, just to kind of get even further confirmation of his state of the world. Celebi says, it's weird he uses such an archaic form for one word. Which word are you talking about? I don't remember. Alexander says, for all of those who doubt that even Drangleic and the Four Lord Souls are present, in New Game Plus you get the true descriptions of their souls, which absolutely describes the Four Lord Souls. Bloomy says, blind, most people have their eyes hidden in the FromSoft games. You don't think so? Not even the Nameless King had eyes? That's also a good point. I mean, Bloodborne has more of a lore reason for it, but yeah, what else can be said? Gwyndolin wears a sight obscuring headpiece similar to the firekeepers in 3. You don't think Gwyndolin is blind, you feel like they'd mentioned it. A lot of NPCs in FromSoft games have covered eyes. Yeah. I think Seath is probably described as being blind in some portion of the game. I don't fully remember. And that probably goes into his characterization. But sometimes being blind also is a way to gain great enlightenment. That's a really cross-cultural trope in terms of like mythology and all that stuff. But yeah, let's put our shield back on. Tim says, "Oh, you guess she does get mad at you for just trying to fight Gwyndolin. It's cool. It's kind of interesting that she doesn't like spawn elsewhere. She stays over by the fire. So I'm not upset that we took the time to do that. Like I said, it was good for gathering footage. Not that actually, I probably would use some of her. I don't know. We'll see. You never know what the future holds, really." Okay, Venom says the Channeler's headset says that the 6 eyes compensate for the lack of vision. Oh, he says it every time.
Why trespasseth upon the great Lord's tomb, whilst thou art a disciple of the Dark Sun?
Okay, I'm gonna get killed again, and then I'm gonna change my covenant since it's so easy in this one. And also, I haven't done that yet. But why am I chasing him? To see if he says something different. Oh, that killed me really quickly. The F ending. Trespasseth? Yeah. I think the Japanese wasn't like too crazy archaic. I don't remember off the top of my head though. Do you still get sins? Interesting. You just get them randomly like that. So we can't join the Darkmoons again? That's cool. So we're definitely not a Darkmoon right now. So maybe we have to do it through him. Oh no, because we already ticked him off. Never mind. That kind of makes sense. If you conceal your footsteps with magic when you first fight Seeds, he won't be able to notice you. That's awesome.
Why trespasseth upon the great Lord's tomb, whilst thou art a disciple of the Dark Sun?
Okay, so I guess it doesn't really matter.
Mark the words of mine self, Gwyndolin.
Oh yeah, I should probably try to get a good shot of that miracle. Oops. Oh, no, not that one. I was trying to roll. Oh, I didn't even have my binoculars out. I did switch it, so I had them out to begin with, which shouldn't surprise me whatsoever with my track record here. Oh, I wasn't paying attention. Ow. Foxy says, you guys saw the books in the archive are in Braille, just kidding. Bloomy says, in Armored Core you never see the pilots. Echo Knight, they never show faces, and in Otogi, the protagonist has the face covered. You only know very few instances where they do, like in Kuon. Tim says, yeah, if you made Gwyndolin mad at you like this, you have to go back to Oswald to get your sin absolved. That makes sense. Eth got dropped from English before the different forms of you. So I don't know how accurate this is. I do wonder if Eth is just replaced by S, and it makes me wonder if
foolishness.
It was just oh yeah. Wait, do I have my I screwed that up. It makes me wonder if the ETH ending, the eth ending, was always pronounced as S, but it was just written as ETH because the written language changed quite a bit over the years. Don't kill me. I don't think I've ever really seen him walk so much. That's kind of goofy. Sorry about that. He says, you're not denying there's a connection, just that it should be reserved to not fall into the Velka hole and begin to do some Alex Jones level theories. No, I agree with you. Like, I don't fully believe it myself, but I feel like there's enough evidence that'll make people at least doubt, which is kind of... Oh yeah. Do I have my... Yeah, I do. Okay. We're gonna get died. Oh. Well, at the very least, I might have like a few clear frames of that. Not very good though. Oh, it was really that low. Alright, so we should be able to get the first one. I just need to pay attention at the beginning of the fight. Mango Maeve, welcome back. Said, yeah, you don't think you've ever seen him walk before? That's super weird. Katie says, if used with S form by early modern English. Okay. Patrick N says, sadly you can't watch today, but you'll definitely rewatch. Thank you very much. Good luck and keep it up. Thank you. Alright, pay attention, and then use our binoculars up here. Damn it, that was way too fast. And get close. Danger one. And, oh yeah, I guess I should point out before I ever forget. If we listen to the theme, this is the same theme that's used with the Moonlight Butterfly fight. And, oh, that was the big one. The Moonlight Butterfly was also a creation of Seath, and so that might be another thematic connection between Gwyndolin and Seath. So it's not like one big thing which really ties it all together, as much as it is like a bunch of small things that when they begin to get stacked together, it becomes a bit bothersome, I think. So we can't exactly say for sure, but that's how it feels. There we go. Okay, sweet. Now we can fight for real. That's the big one. Oh, damn it. I wasn't expecting to get killed by just like 2 or 3 of those. Oh, and this will give another chance to pull out the binoculars. I probably still have them out because I'm a goober. Yep, okay. Put our Estus flask back on. Oh no, those are the small ones. That's the big one. This jerk. And we didn't even hit him. This fight isn't particularly hard, it's just kind of annoying. Because you kind of have to pay like a little bit of attention. All 0 of our souls. Oh, so this one seems a lot closer. Follow it. Okay, sweet, we got him. It's the big one. Oh no, that's not the big one. That's the big one. I thought I killed him because he got staggered for a second. That's the big one. Oh, that's not the big one. Oh, I'm gonna die. Oh, I done goofed. Killed him easily the first try now. I'm struggling a little bit. It's kind of funny. Alright. Elda said, Brave Knight Lore, you don't think it's safe or wise to run down stairs in armor with a sword? Like you're sure it's all coincidence? Snake feet, moon magic, and albinism must be super common. Katie says, Koth's dialogue is the worst in that front. Has his second person and returneth his third past or present. You don't remember if it was a strong verb. Katie's making Elda's head spin with all ye old grammar talk. Design is not really like real life where all those traits are random. Bristan says, the funny thing is that you used to be an archaic and formal word. Seath has snake feet. Frampt is the opposite of albino. You had no idea he could stagger like that? Seath has tendrils instead of legs, Jonas. It's a thing. English grammar's gotten a lot simpler in terms of conjugation and declension over the centuries. Gonna teleport. I wonder if you could bait him into attacking at first right there. Probably. Oh, couldn't swing again. Dang, that was a lot of damage to him. Gonna port. Big one. Finish. Nope. Those are the little ones. Next one's gonna be big. Nope. Oh, he delayed it.
swathed in dark. An eternal curse upon thee.
So that mask was like what we saw on the little carpet before the fight. I guess I should have pointed out like his little catalyst. But it's kind of gold, and that's what we can kind of see on the statues in Dark Souls 3 in different locations. What, we get a souvenir of reprisal out of the first chest? Is that what it was? Light blade. Brasset. Wait. Where did we get the souvenir of reprisal before? Oh, it's probably from killing Lautrec. Is that how we did it? We need to do that. Okay. Good. We've already talked about this stuff. There is the one chair, which is kind of interesting. I guess I didn't point that out. Whom that belonged to, I don't know. It's kind of small for most of the gods that we see. Gwyndolin has snake feet. Maybe he doesn't need chairs. Maybe he does. And there's still nothing in this chest, no matter what you do. Okay. English is a Frankenstein language. Kind of unironically true. Except well, I guess we did steal from dead languages if you count Latin. So yeah, kind of unironically true. Philippe, welcome back. You said, basically a character being pale in fiction doesn't mean they're albino. Seath doesn't have feet, does he? He thought he sort of shuffled about. Yeah, he doesn't have feet. He's all like covered with crystals. He's got like tendrils. Not real tentacles. They don't have suckers, although maybe you don't have to have suckers for things to be tentacles. Fair notice, I'm not a biologist, so don't trust me too strongly on that. Philippe says, Seath is coded as disabled, so they could be using albinism there. That's what happens when you get conquered a bunch and then turn into a power that takes over the world and steals a bunch of vocab. Seath isn't coded as disabled, he's outright missing eyes and legs and has a frail constitution. That isn't code. I guess you're using the wrong word since his disability is explicit. Mango Maeve, hello. And Philippe says his physical disability also is used to hint at the impact of the scaleless things, which is his greater disability by dragon standards. Tim says he's always assumed the chair was for Gwyndolin. He's certainly smaller than many of the other gods, and he's also really the only person allowed in there. Yeah, that's kind of how I feel like it would have to be read. At the very least, there is also the Brass Keeper set, so he does seem to kind of mourn the loss of his father, which kind of works in a lot of mythologies as like the sun and moon either chasing each other and all that kind of stuff. Forever in the shadow of the sun is the moon, all that kind of theme going on. So even though we killed Gwyndolin, all of the little sentries are still here. Oh, we aggroed them all. This is gonna be rough. So as we come in here, let's go ahead and use our black eye. Gonna go crazy. Oh, damn it. It took too long. Trying to be getting the cinematic footage going on. That's what I get. Concept art had Gwyndolin sitting in the chair, if you remember correctly. Okay. That's cool. What am I doing? Now we're gonna do all the lever crap again. I should have picked up the Lordvessel. Rip, not thinking ahead. Also, welcome back in, Sundry. Emlyn says, ask a Japanese schoolgirl what makes something a tentacle if you want an expert opinion. You have the art book. Gwyndolin sits in a chair by Gwyn's tomb. Honestly, it's beautiful. Sweet. I've definitely looked at the art book. I just don't remember a lot of those specifics. So I'm glad you guys can point that out. I was also joking about him not needing a chair since he has all the snakes, but sometimes can be a little bit too dry. Sleep says it's a slender, flexible limb or appendage in an animal, especially around the mouth of an invertebrate, used for grasping or moving about or bearing sense organs. Okay, so I guess tentacles don't necessarily need feelers or suckers, which isn't that surprising. More like a bunch of tails. The definition is vague enough, so you guess it can include a lot of fictional tentacles. Snakes need rest too. Alexander, welcome back. Hilda said, Gwyndolin is supremely loyal to his family, filial piety and all. Oh damn it. Get my souls and then teleport away. Nervous. I was afraid that was gonna happen. Oh well, we got the one good footage of being summoned in. Okay, so we kind of get summoned to the same spot, which I thought would happen. And you guys also wanted me to go up to the top and see if... Okay, so that's what happens when you don't have anything in your items. Let's see if we can look out and make it clear as day if it's still bright. I think it should be abundantly clear that it's bright because it's really not that dark here. It doesn't look too different from where we just were. I wonder if there's a fog wall. Yeah, that doesn't surprise me. Yeah, so it's definitely bright out there. Maybe we can show it off over here a bit better? No. Yes, very much a bright Anne Orlando, so hopefully this will put those kind of rumors to rest. And I guess I could reload it. Like, I don't need to kill him now. Oh, but just for the footage, it's probably better to do it multiple times. Never mind. And then I just jumped and hurt myself for no reason. Oh yeah, let's put on string to deal with all these over here. Okay. Bloop says, are the hands of sea stars tentacles? I don't know. I wouldn't call them that, but they might be. I think they have like individual legs underneath them, but... Bloop says, you're realizing that we aren't really told if Gwyndolin enjoys how he's presented? Though he does think he's hideous. Tim says, yeah, whenever you invade, you spawn in one of a number of predetermined spots. Okay. And for this area, there's only the one, so that's where it'll always spawn you. Totally makes sense. He just wants to be accepted. That's how you interpret the lore, since there would be no point in describing Gwyndolin as he is without there being some reason. Hilda says, Alex, some people also think he was raised away from his father, possibly without Gwyn even knowing of him. I strongly disagree with that, but that's because I think in the Miracles, you can actually see like Gwyndolin depicted right next to his father. I digress. Wouldn't be surprised if Gwyndolin struggled with self-acceptance due to how he was raised. You've seen that? He might have been raised after Gwyn linked the flame. You like that theory? What is sad about it is Gwyn would probably not be proud. So yeah, it seems like they might have enjoyed strength over a lot of things, but Gwyndolin strong in a different way.
Well, look at you.
Oh, that homed on me. That's annoying. Oh shit, we lost his dialogue. Okay, that's a good thing. I kind of went through here because we screwed it up. Maybe he'll say it again? Oh, we're gonna be in an annoying spot. You know, let's just screw it. Because we'll need to come back to this spot anyway. I think I've showed off well enough that the world stays bright after you kill Gwyndolin. I don't need to do anything with Gwynevere at that point. And then once we kill Lautrec, I think we get that Ear of Surprisal. Damn it. Ear of Reprisal. Souvenir of Reprisal. There we go. Alexander forgot about it. Here's a thing you never have seen mentioned. Okay. You don't think Aldrich devouring Gwyndolin is just because of opportunity? The moon has great bearing on our oceans, and Aldrich dreamt of an age of a deep sea. That's a fair interpretation of things, I think. Also, for what it's worth, I don't know if I mentioned it on the streams. The word for pus in Japanese that they use for like the pus of man is umi. I might be getting my pitch accent wrong on that. It could be umi instead of umi. But anyway, umi is another way of saying ocean. Well, it does mean ocean. So if Aldrich dreamt of a world of the ocean, it could be synonymous of like a world of pus, which I think is really cool. So that just kind of tickled my memory there for a second. Alda said, imagery doesn't necessarily depict the actual scenes. Babies were often depicted as what they think they would look like, for instance, and approximation to Gwyn images could just show relation. You're not wrong there, but I don't think there's enough evidence to say for sure that they were unrelated. Or not unrelated, but like Gwyndolin was born after Gwyn and all this other stuff. I mean, there is that potential because we don't really see iconography of Gwyndolin, but I think the most that we can say about it is that it's more or less limited to headcanon, so it's just not verifiable one way or another. Right, let's run in and have him talk at us. Maybe I'll go for the caster first, since that one's the most annoying.
Well, look at you. I thought you were wiser. But I thought wrong. 'Tis a terrible pity. Like a moth flittering towards a flame. You fellow, no? Don't you agree?
I should have backstabbed him. Oh wait, bled out. Okay. I think we're gonna spawn my Solaire. At which point I should probably just reload it again. Yeah, because at least if I reload, I know for sure that he will have his dialogue all over again. Oh wait, maybe he says something differently. Whatever. Maybe I didn't. Okay, we'll just see what happened, and I'll go with whatever it has. I think he might taunt you if you come in a second time after getting killed. Well, Aldrich is a big old pus saint. You like tickling my brain. You have a great voice for this, and you can see a bright future for your channel, to be honest. Well, thank you very much. Nice aim. Rip. Okay, so let's try this all over again. Alexander says what Venom said makes sense. I think I must have missed what Venom said. I don't even see the last time Venom said anything. So maybe his comment got lost in the ether? Or maybe you tagged the wrong person? I don't know. Emlyn said, Wender said on Discord, your internet has a hard time following the stream. The Crowman and Velka are weak to divine weapons, like Grant, which is effective against the Agents of the Dark. Okay. Sorry for Wender's difficulties here. Hopefully it's not on my end and you guys are still fine. Ziona says, will you do a family tree of Seath video? Kind of. I mean, like, a lot of it really is left up to headcanon, and I'll be very forthright about that, but I think there is enough there that can kind of cause people to maybe not fully believe in it, but just cause them to have doubt, which I think is good enough to make a video about. Because it can kind of affect how people view the games. Don't kill me. You don't think Venom even exists? Wrong person, check for Emlyn? Okay. Alexander said, to Venom, that makes sense since all the dark occult items are sealed in there. Barred 1 or 2 items occult club have in Havel's quarters. Conjectural family tree video for the win. That makes sense since all the dark occult items are sealed in there. Barred. Okay, so you just repeated yourself. Also, why is Priscilla there? Wrong person. Check for Venom. You don't think Venom even exists. Wonders also says, Miyazaki says that they were shaped by their faith towards Velka and became what they are now. Faith shaping the worshippers and the object of worship. Yeah, that stuff's pretty explicit. And we... What time is it? Yeah, we should be able to show off a decent amount of the painted world in this stream. Divine also affects skeletons, which are the puppets of Nito.
So, here we go again. How many times will these lambs rush to slaughter? Well, let's get it over with.
Damn it. I hate it when they track like that. I need him to get away from me. Don't want to bleed out. Draw him towards caster or not. No stamina. Still bro. Oh, he doesn't have a lot of HP. Okay. He doesn't say anything. Alright, I'll do that once more. Just to get the footage of him again. Let's check out that souvenir of reprisal. Oh, we screwed up. This dude's gonna chase us. Should have remembered it was at the top. Blood drained shrunken ear. Souvenir taken for subduing the guilty. The knights called the Blades of the Darkmoon punish the guilt-soaked defenders of the gods, and take this as proof of their conquest. The earless corpses of the guilty will be left behind as a warning to others, inspiring both fear and respect for the gods. Such is the eternal mandate of the Dark Sun. So one of the things I think is kind of cool about the Souvenir of Reprisal, in Dark Souls 3, it's uses like the exact same term for like pale blood in Bloodborne. Like it's a paled ear, whereas in this game they call it blood drained. It doesn't use the exact same phrase in Dark Souls 1, but I feel like this reinforces my idea of pale blood being a body that's drained of blood, or blood that's been drained of something. So I think when we look at all of this stuff in context, that kind of just supports that one idea I have related to Bloodborne. And then everything else is pretty straightforward. Why they take the ears specifically, I don't really know. I mean, that is kind of a thing that, like, mob members did in the back. It's probably more related to ancient folklore and stuff. And, yeah. Elda says they really seem like a gang squad on a mission. Emlyn said the last part of Wonder's message is also hinted by the description of the Dark Ember there. The mention of effective against the gods and their followers, and later on in the sequel. Priest then said, you should have had Lautrec message you after the invasion saying 1v1 me scrub. Skeletons spawn in Ito's boss room that are linked to him. It doesn't seem like a necromancer only deal. Those are omens of Velka, can't be coincidence. The divine weapons hunt him down. The Crow people turned into something like her. By the way, you love Ornifex in DS2 as the boss weapon maker. You find eggs in the nest, the crow laid eggs. Alright, let's talk to Gwynevere again, and then do all of the stuff with Lautrec for real. Get the Lordvessel, kindle the bonfire, and then go into the painted world. Then I'll probably take a quick break after we do the stuff with Lautrec. You don't think it's Velka herself, but a proxy, a servant associated with her? Stella says, "Oh, why are we talking about Bloodborne? You were talking to a coworker?" Oh, just because the term like blood drain gets related to the ears, and they're called like paled in Dark Souls 3 or something like that. So the connection between draining blood and it being pale or pale blood is kind of hinted at in the other games. So let's get this footage again. Still wasn't happy with it the first time and the second time. So when we step in, she'll just start talking at us, and then we'll pause and walk up to... Okay.
Thou hast journeyed far and overcome much, chosen undead. Come hither, child.
It's kind of annoying.
O chosen undead, I am Gwynevere, daughter of Lord Gwyn and Queen of Sunlight. Since the day Father his form did obscureth, I have awaited thee. I bequeath the Lordvessel to thee. And beseech thee, succeed Lord Gwyn, and inheriteth the fire of our world. Thou shalt endeth this eternal twilight, and avert further undead sacrifices. O chosen undead, thou hast journeyed far. Since the day Father his form did obscureth, I have awaited thee, once living, now undead, and a fitting heir to Father Gwyn thou art. O chosen undead, and beseech thee, succeed Lord Gwyn, and inheriteth the fire of our world. A grave and arduous test of metal, yea, it shall be. Indeed, we had felt the warmth of fire, its radiance and the life it sustaineth. Without fire, all shall be a frigid and frightful dark. Please, Father's role thou should assume, and inheriteth the fire of our world. Thou shalt endeth this eternal twilight, and avert further undead sacrifices. Kingseeker Framt, the primordial serpent, shall guideth thee. Now thou shalt go forth, chosen undead. May thou be one with the sunlight forevermore.
Okay. So we got our Lordvessel, and we got her dialogue. I still haven't read the Lordvessel now that I think about it. And I also need to look at the surrounding statues in this area. So, a few things to do. And before I forget, as you guys were pointing out earlier, it is still vague, even by what Gwynevere says, that inheriting the fire will necessarily kill us. It almost seems like you could take her quest line to be a way to ascend to godhood yourself. It's a little bit unclear that inheriting the flame will make you explode, essentially, in fire and be the end of you. So that's kind of another subversion of the old call to adventure, where you just kind of go through your quest, perform your deeds nobly and righteously, and you get rewarded at the end of everything. So I really do appreciate how they just kind of really throw it in players' faces to that their expectations aren't always going to be rewarded with how they think that they should be, even. Very non-Hollywood ending in these games. It looks... Is YouTube dying on me? What's going on? No, it's just on YouTube's end. I don't know what's going on there. Okay. Seems better now. That's weird. Okay. Araroba, welcome back in. You said Gwyndolin put on a good performance? Yeah. Alexander said, crows are associated with Velka for sure. In the Painted Worlds, maybe a Velka thing too, as Corvians are a thing in Dark Souls 3. Elda said, you think Velka's on the whole linking shebang? She probably arranged for you to complete the mission to punish the lords for their sins. I don't really feel like linking punishes the lords, though, but... yeah, the stuff with Velka is kind of ends up being a lore black hole, unfortunately. Originally, the crow was supposed to fly away from the Painted World. Oh yeah, I could totally see the Painted World kind of being an intro area. I guess it is kind of similar in its overall layout to the Undead Asylum, now that I think about it. Okay. It's not terribly important, I suppose. Alexander says, you believe all of that except for the linking of the flame. You believe she does not want you to link it, or rather she wants you to choose as a human. Velka's the judge of sin. It makes sense she wants balance in choice, or else there can be no sin, feel you? Stella says, you wonder if Velka doesn't want the Age of Fire to be extended? Really no evidence either way. Yeah. Velka's rapier use is imbued with occult energy. Gwyn committed the first sin, thus Velka, god of sin, has to punish him. It depends. Like, the concept of sin wasn't as strongly developed in Dark Souls 1, and I do wonder if that idea of sin... I don't want to say, like, retconned things, but it just rewrote... it might have, like, altered the course of the future, I suppose, in that they changed things to be sin associated with life, I guess. You can say that in these games the first sin is linking the flyer, but you could also say like the first sin is kind of living itself, which kind of goes somewhat hand in hand with... no, never mind, I'll just leave it there. You do kind of ascend, becoming one with the Soul of Cinders, sort of, but I mean, you don't really keep your agency, which is what most people would expect and want. Kind of like the endings with like Bloodborne, you don't really get a satisfying one except for like leaving everything and saying, screw you guys, I'm going home. Katie said, you put the Way of White theory on the Discord. It's not very long, but it's actually part of the long and more complicated theory that's still in the making. Oh, bro, I understand completely. Like, part of the reason I haven't made more lore videos quite yet is one, because, I mean, this takes up a decent amount of time. Two is it takes a really long time to do the level of research that I want to present the ideas properly, and then three, actually presenting it all together, making sure it makes sense, and also with that in mind, trying to limit the scope of things, so I'm not just rambling about tangential things related to the main topics at hand. But even so, I still do have like long videos when I thought they were going to be shorter. But don't worry about it, I appreciate it. They may be guarding the switch to reach Priscilla, therefore they're still associated with Nito and therefore Gwyn. Elda says you have to gank all the lords in order to link, and that seems like punishment. Okay, yeah, I can see what you mean by that. But one of the things that's really weird about that to me is when we look at the Lordvessel and the giant souls, I should probably read this first. It says, like, not the giant souls, I mean like the gigantic souls, that only one would be enough to satiate the Lordvessel, but we still go and pick three. And so for a long time I was like, this is probably one of those things where they just changed it in English, but no, even the Japanese says it, so it doesn't make a ton of sense in any language where it's like, oh, just having one of these Lord Souls will be enough to fill up the Lordvessel, but then you go and get 2 to 3 more, depending on how you look at things. Alright, Miyazaki came back for the Scholar Edition in some capacity, so he definitely wanted to associate the linking with the first sin. That was basically his one role, the one input he wanted. But the fire seems natural. What's unnatural is the prolonging of the flame, yeah. Sacrificing yourself to link the flame is not natural. DS2 and 3 spends a lot of time jamming this point in. Alexander, maybe seizing the Lord Soul was the unnatural thing? Yeah. And with that being said, like, when they do inherit the flame and all that, and put the curse of the undead onto people, it's essentially forcing life back into the dead, so that's still really a big sin. So depending on how you look at things, it still works that you can call life itself a sin. Maybe not birth, but just putting life into other things. And so golems could be sinful, humans could be sinful because they get branded with the dark sign and get reborn over and over, and then go hollow and crazy and attack everything on sight. Velka's undoubtedly Team Undead. Ziona says, you think the first sin was never explicitly stated in DS1, but Koth, who uses occult gear, really implies that Gwyn linking to the flame went against the natural order of the world. Yes. So, that's a good point, and hopefully we'll be able to see Koth in the next episode or two. It's already Thursday. It really feels like Wednesday to me. It's kind of tripping me out. But anyway, here's the Lordvessel. Lordvessel bestowed upon the chosen undead, who is destined to succeed Lord Gwyn. The chosen undead is granted the art of warping between bonfires. To open the final door, place this vessel on the Firelink altar and fill it with powerful souls. So, I know earlier we were talking about, like, in Dark Souls 2, the idea of soul memory and, like, gathering the souls and souls being related to power was a thing, but it wasn't just a thing that was only introduced in Dark Souls 2. It's even introduced here with the concept of the Lordvessel. And now that we do have the Lordvessel, we can warp and all that fun stuff. But before we do all that, let's go check out the lower floor's architecture. And then fight Lautrec again. So as I'd mentioned before, and on the Dark Souls 3 stream, we've got the statue of Lord Gwyn here. It's the exact same statue in the front of the Darkmoon's shrine, whatever you want to call it. Got our statue of Gwynevere here. And a missing statue that we don't have a place for. So that's the Nameless King's most likely position, since Gwynevere flanks Gwyn's left side. So it would make sense that the Nameless King would literally be like King Gwyn's right-hand man. That being said and done, let's go punish the wicked. Damn it. That was so buffered. Wrath of the Gods? Oh, that does damage? I didn't even know that. Obviously, it's a little bit annoying, or a little more annoying to come down here with the sun still up, or the illusion of the sun still up. And maybe I didn't really talk about that too much there, but with the sun not really being here, it does really mean that the natural state of Anor Londo is one that's covered in darkness. So, unfortunately, the sun still kind of appears in other areas like Firelink Shrine, even if you do get like the dark Anor Londo aesthetic going on. Rude. Damn Archer. I thought I only needed to hit him twice to kill it. Okay, 3 times. So let's get Lautrec again. Hopefully we'll get more good footage, and then even if it's not perfect, I'll probably just roll with what we've got. Elta said he thought it was Wednesday because it felt like Wednesday. Yeah, it really feels like Wednesday to me. So hopefully my comment here will save you some heartache to find out that it's not the day you thought it was. Hopefully that doesn't screw up any plans. Izaki put the first sin in there for a reason, the natural prolonging of the Age of Flame. I agree with that. The Inquisitor, whatever he's called, does say it's only human to commit sin. Yeah. Partner, not Domwell. It's Oswald. Domnall of Zena. T-pose partner. Wrath of God does damage. Okay. Well, what is it? Best emote? Katie says, you really love the voice acting of the serpents in Dark Souls? They're speaking with such confidence and they have such sage-like voices, yet they still convey a level of smugness and insincerity. Yeah, that's a really, really good description of the way that they speak. So I think Koth might be like my favorite NPC of Dark Souls, just because of being able to use the truth to manipulate people is a mark of such a badass, in my opinion, but Elda said, the natural state you think because the gods of the sun left. If they were there, you think it'd still be bright and warm. It also shows that the fire is fading. And yeah, I probably didn't finish my thought with that. So, in the beginning it says, like, men only see countless nights? Something along those lines. I think that kind of ties into the intro there. And so, Gwyndolin casting a sun over everything is a bit of a way to mask how dire a situation the world might be in. But with that being said, I think it's really unfortunate that when we go to Firelink, it looks like there's a natural sun, and dispelling the sun in Anor Londo doesn't plunge any other areas into darkness. So it's always a bit difficult to say how much of that's intentional versus not. Because you could also argue that maybe Gwyndolin is casting a spell on the sun to make it dark, and that's like him exerting his power. Because when we do kill him, it still does say sunlight over here, but yeah, you could really argue both ways, I think. Unless there's something else which kind of contradicts that I can't think of off the top of my head. Zionis didn't know why he thought it was Domhnall. It's all good. It's pretty easy to mix up some of the names, especially the ones who don't have a lot of dialogue or reference themselves too often, or you don't summon, because you don't really get that reinforcement for it. They're both using you. The second age of fire would happen no matter if you let the flame die. It's natural, like the dark. Bloomy says ditto. It doesn't feel like Thursday. Hitting that old man age as the time flies by. Yeah. The age of dark also passes, and the flame reigniteth. Alright. Hopefully we're back. I know OBS just disconnected for no reason. I wonder if that really enforced, like... Maybe that doesn't stop the recordings. Hopefully it doesn't. I don't remember if it does. It should still be fine. At the very least, I wasn't doing anything too crazy right then. Ziona says, was Velka the original Darkmoon? Her weapon scales with intelligence, and Book of the Guilty explicitly connects the two? That's a good question. I don't think so, but it just shows she's kind of heretical, and I think that Gwyndolyn's magic can also be considered heretical as a consequence of that. Let's YOLO it.
Well, look at you. I thought you were wiser. But I thought wrong. Tis a terrible pity. Like a moth flittering towards a flame. You fellows, no? Don't you agree?
Oh, damn it. I didn't realize I was so low. My phantom was vanquished. Okay, at the very least, we'll still get the dialogue of him taunting us again, which will be fine. Oh yeah, I never healed after I jumped off, that's why. Whatever. Oh, if I die to this golem thing, then I might reload. Just to get all of our boss souls back. Didn't get staggered. I'm disappointed. Heal up anyway, and then we'll teleport back in. Yeah, you guys lost like 10 seconds of me talking. Yeah, it's unfortunate, but at least I wasn't doing anything like super crazy right then. Katie says, whenever you hear Koth, you just want to join his doomsday cult and give him all your money so he can buy an airline and escape the demons in public flights or something. That's oddly specific. Where's Gwyndolin's Velka? That's the deepest lore. Velka has a form though, the Karthus worm. let's go back. This.
So, here we go again. How many times will these lambs rush to slaughter? Well, let's get it over with.
Oh, damn it. I think I got. Did I even pick up my souls? Wait, where were they? Oh, wait, because I died as a phantom, I might not have lost them the first time? That make kind of sense. Okay. Little unfounded worries there. Oh, I saw the lights turn on. I mean, probably part of that is just due to the limitations of the software. That was just kind of funny. Okay, there we go. Oh, the Sun guy, Lord, he had an important role in the draft, but they dropped it. He was supposed to be the opposite of what you wanted. Like, if you linked, you wanted the dark. Oh, you're talking about Oscar of Astora? That's all cut, now all he is a crazy sun-seeking freak? Oh, no, you're talking about Solaire? Elsa says, yeah, you think it was Oscar? Oscar sort of bled into Solaire, but yes, okay. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's Oscar.
So, here we go again. How many times will these lambs rush to slaughter? Well, let's get it over with.
Oh, damn it. Parried from the odd angle. Can die. Run away. I should have rolled. I thought I was going to be fine. Nightbot hurting Alex's feelings there. I mean, just don't be a banana-shaped punk, and then you'll be fine. And then that was the buffered roll, of course. I hate it when it hits the shield like that. Need to unlock. We're gonna die. Almost. This lint liquor. Staggered him, sweet. Use a little more Estus than I intended to. Elda said, can someone make an argument for maining a weapon ascended with lightning or flame? Going against Calamite and Manus? I don't know. If you're gonna go with flame, most people go with chaos since it has like the better scaling with the humanity and stuff. Just normal flame, I don't know if you really can make that argument. Maybe hard mode?
Damn
it. Didn't roll.
Let's it over with.
I need to stop focusing the damn mage and just kill them. It's kind of ironic that I seem to be okay with killing them on the first try for a lot of things, and then just kind of dying subsequent ones. The real thing that I'm doing is farming the giants. Oh, okay, wait. This ring isn't gonna help me with them. I'm not really blaming the ring, I'm just remarking. Alex says, for all the hate DS2 gets, you like the way the hitboxes work? You know it's heresy in the community, but it makes sense how it works. By the way, you see DS2 is more of a hack and slash game, different but good. I strongly disagree with that. The hitboxes in that game are awful. Heretic. You probably go against the Darkmoons too, don't you? Oh yeah, I should have equipped shield, because I'm not being able to swing. You can only use the lock-on for quickly cycling enemies about to hit you. Is there many more mobs in DS2 and it works great in your opinion? Nightbot's so cruel, it's not your fault that you're shaped like a banana. You're 18 and every furniture that are made for young people that are 16. No, it's totally your fault. Maybe when you're 19 you'll learn to take responsibility for your poor posture. You become a real old man.
How many times will these lambs rush to slaughter?
I'm gonna die.
Let's get it over with.
Oh, we killed him. Oh, that's how we did it the first time. Whatever, this will be good enough. Forget how hard I hit. I just need to play better, really. Because I wanted to kill all three of them, but we did what we needed to do. We can equip our OP ring and then never have to do this again. Alright, so we do have the better tiny being ring on, and even still this provides way more HP overall, like over 100 points more HP. So this no need to ever really remove the ring of favor and protection, in my opinion. Unless you're like obviously doing more like magic builds, then you can do whatever you want. Where did I want to warp to? Nowhere. Okay. We're gonna go see Dark Sun Gwyndolin. Oh yeah, and pick up the item over there, which I probably would have forgot about. And I also forgot about an item in the catacombs now that I think about it. I don't remember if this is important. I think it's just like souls. Oh no, this is Lautrec's armor. Okay, yeah, that's why I didn't ever notice it before. And that was what Tim was talking about. I would have forgotten about it. Because I tend to do that. So let's check out the favor set there. I think the chest might be unique. And then the other should be similar. Armor of Lautrec the Embraced, representing the goddess Fina's love. The goddess's arms wrap around it, as if to embrace the wearer. I really don't know what to say about that. So probably nothing. Helm of Lautrec the Embraced, representing the goddess Fina's love. During his solitude, he forsook everything, for he believed in the goddess's love for him. So he is a kind of religious zealot. We don't really get any information about, what's her face, Fina, except what we see in these items here. Damn it. Hit the shield. Go. So we should be in a good spot now. Yeah, let's just kill this guy and then I thought that was gonna kill me. Oh god. Oh, panic rolled and got punished. That's kind of funny. Unfortunate, but funny. Oh, Katie said you can't tell if you noticed that you wrote 1.8 meters. So no, that's completely antithetical to how the American way of writing numbers work. So I thought you just misplaced a comma to be like 18 in male, not 8 meters. Alexander says it's good advice. You fix your posture by making it a habit. The body adapts. What kind of loser undead doesn't kill all three? What a loser. Pretty much. Okay, that's probably what I need to do. The one bad thing about this Zweihander is the way that it swings, it tends to hit their shields, which doesn't damage them well. Oh, he put away his bow. I don't know what to do now. We're screwed. Oh, we got lucky. Wait, how did that even hit me? And I think I didn't pick up my souls. Ugh. Why am I so bad at the points where it doesn't even matter? Still ask what's 1.8 meters in American? 6 feet? Okay. You're almost at then. Americans using heresy measurements. 180 centimeters is much easier. We don't use heresy measurements. I mean, we have our 9 millimeters, our grams, all those kind of things. I just reserve it for important measurements. And then the other ones just validate how we feel because we're American. Okay, no, we did pick him up. Damn thing. Turn away from it. Done. Right. Just to prove I don't learn from my mistakes. And at that time it was like easy as crap. Oi, oi, oi. Alright, let's go see our friend Gwyndolin and then go into the painted world. Now that we're done with all this crap. Atmospheric lightning. For thunder, duh. So Alexander said the reason why the USA hasn't changed to metric is because it's literally too expensive. I mean, yeah, there's a lot of things that need to change. I will vehemently defend Fahrenheit as a unit of temperature, though. I mean, sure, Celsius is good for like maybe cooking and chemistry. Oh damn it! Okay, this was the right way. But Fahrenheit is so much nicer for air temperature, in my opinion. Xeonis is American and you base your length on 5 tomatoes. They have to do over time, they are. Isn't it funny you can put on these guys' armor? Yeah. And hold their shield and halberd. Yeah, let's actually save this bonfire for now until we get into the painted world. Let's put on our ring and change all this around. Oh, not that ring. Oh, Darkmoon Seance, okay.
Halt! This is the tomb of the great Lord Gwyn. Tarnished it shall not be by the feet of men. If thou art a true disciple of the Dark Sun, cast aside thine ire. Hear the voice of mine self, Gwyndolin, and kneel before me. O disciple of the Dark Sun, thou hast journeyed far. Hear my voice. If thou shalt swear by the covenant to become a shadow of Father Gwyn and Sister Gwynevere, a blade that shall hunt the foes of our lords, then I shalt protect thee, safeguarding thy person with the power of the Darkmoon. Very well. We shall not need speech. Exit here and follow thine own design.
So let's go ahead and save out. And then I'll enter the arena just to piss him off and see if he does say anything differently. And then if not, I'll reload regardless, and then I'll take a quick bio break. Christian Doherty, welcome back. You said feet and inches are a much better measuring system for a lot of things. Celsius is for water. People aren't water. Atmospheric lightning is very frightening. Very, very frightening me. Stella says, like a real American, you measure your height and Ruger LCP stacked on top of each other. 5280 is how many feet in a mile? 5 tomato. Americans are mostly made of soda. Fahrenheit is probably the least offensive part about the imperial system. Alex says, the reason it seems so natural to you is because it is, but it's actually cumbersome. 8 degrees Celsius is 46 Fahrenheit, now which is simpler? I mean, I don't know what your point is there, but I would still say Fahrenheit, like... I mean, it is really natural, because when you're, like, at 100, you're like, holy crap, that's hot, and it really reinforces that because you're at triple digits, and the closer you get to the triple digits, like, the way more, oppressive it feels. And when you get close to 0, it's like, oh dang, you're probably gonna die if you're out in the cold too long. Like 0 is a bad thing, so it's pretty natural. And obviously I say that as an American and being used to it. Celsius has always seemed a bit weird to me. It feels like too much of a jump in between the degrees for talking about the air, I suppose. But that's just me. Oh yeah, we're gonna piss him off.
What foolishness! Why trespasseth upon the great Lord's tomb, whilst thou art a disciple?
Okay, so he still calls us a disciple. Okay, whatever. So all good. Right, all that crap. Half of Americans made a pop instead of soda, the radical half. And don't forget the southern portion of us Americans are made out of Coke, no matter what it is. You're American 8 Celsius, not even medium, even here in Norway. Joseph Ariana, welcome back. You said you always thought the entrance to Gwyndolин's arena looked like they just shoved him into a broom closet or something, lol. Alright, folks, we'll take a quick be right back break, and we should be back in just a moment or two. And then this is the kind of noob trap setup killer. If we try to come this way, the boulder comes crashing through, and then you just fight a bunch of Cabra demons, a bunch of Taurus demons, and so having another recycled Why is that back now? Well, you got by the oldest one in the book. Venom says, when you started this playthrough, you mentioned how obvious the ball rolling trap was, and I thought he's going to fall for it on a second trip to the asylum. I figured he probably didn't have a lot of hits with this Byhander. Wait, what? That's actually really, really funny. Just straight up assassinated right there. Okay. Let's go get our damn souls back. So now we should have a little time to read chat. Nix what I said about the souls, guys. So if I remember correctly, you actually just need to walk off here. You don't run. Because that screwed me up for a while. Well, sometimes I just get stubborn. Which I really shouldn't do on stream. I tell myself not to do it on stream, and then I end up doing it anyway. Alright. Or then I say, let's play smarter, and then I continue to do the exact stupid thing that got me in the situation in the first place. There's our stairs over there. Damn it! Alright, and we're back. Alexander said, you just switched to Xbox? How can you save scum like on the PS4? You're asking the wrong person because I'm playing on PS4. Don't have the Xbox to tell you. Alda said, you're a disciple because only the ring ones can enter? Yeah, it makes sense. Looks like I walk so ridiculously slowly with this. Oh yeah, because I don't have Avil's ring back on. I was like... Okay, there we go. Alright, so then we'll go into the painted world next. And then, have a good time there. Is there a setting to stop auto-syncing? I don't know. One hilarious thing... Oh, wait. I know there is on PS4 if you're talking about, like, auto-saving, but I don't know about the game itself. Wait, no, yes there is. There's definitely one in the PS4 menu. But I honestly don't know about Xbox. So as we come in here, there's a bunch of painting guardians. We've already knocked down the chandelier, which I think has a kind of decent item. As we come in, they will throw a bunch of knives at us. Honestly, like, coming through this area kind of always reminded me of like the football matches. When you get the football and you like just try to run it after a kickoff. It's kind of the vibes I always get here. They're all gonna come to tackle you. Whoa, that was awesome. I didn't even know you could do like a jumping backstab like that. These guys are jerks. Painting Guardian Sword. Oh. Okay, now I should be able to grab it. Corruption. Great magic weapon. Sorcery which improves upon magic weapon. High magic augmentation weapon. At Vinheim Dragon School, only magic swordsmen on special orders are allowed to learn this spell which grants powerful augmentation to various weapons. Straightforward. Don't really know what to make of that. And then we get the Black Iron set, which is one of my favorite ones that I used on my last playthrough. It's got extremely high defense values in almost everything. Alright. Katie said, one hilarious thing you saw was a guy defending Fahrenheit because it's useful in hot climates, and then someone said that he lives in Sahara, yet prefers Celsius. Then the defender said, no joke, begun to argue that Arizona is hotter than Sahara. Some parts of Arizona, I think, do actually get hotter than the Sahara Desert. Like, I think Death Valley is on average the hottest place on Earth. I might be misremembering, though. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, Sahara Desert obviously does get a reputation, but I don't know the numbers. He could be right. He could totally be wrong. Fahrenheit goes so low and so high, it's insane. It's just more numbers for no reason. Obviously the real answer lies in Kelvin. Don't sleep on DS2 lore. The chaos bug is LP. Ziona said, you just killed the Rotten, all you need is last protag, you mean prisoner? Emlyn says, well, if he's reading his in Fahrenheit and the guy in the Terror reads it in Celsius, he would have a higher number. Alexander said, the Lost Sinner is an incarnation of Izalith. She committed a great but forgotten sin. That was the bed of chaos. A new game plus you get the lore right into her face. Yeah, Justin knows all that. Katie said, we need Neil deGrasse Tyson and Stephen Hawking to discover what time and space distortion are happening with the backstabs in Dark Souls. Elda, also Tarkus did up in your games. Alexander said, relinking the fire causes the great souls to reincarnate, but weaker and weaker. In DS3 you need even more souls to link the flame. If the flame went out, they would come back as strong as they were. Brian Young, welcome back in. Thanks for the nice message. Alright, so Tarkus. Helm of Black Iron Tarkus, a knight known for his great strength. Built of a special black iron and providing strong defense, notably against fire, but so terribly heavy to be unwieldy to all but Tarkus himself. So yeah, these are really heavy pieces of equipment, compared to most helmets, which, that's cloth, never mind. These ones only weigh like a pound, or whatever the unit of measurement is in this game. The hollow one is 2.5, but this is 6, so more than twice as heavy. And the Balder helm is kind of heavy, as well as the Silver Knight. And I guess, so the Havel helm is higher, which makes sense. So when we compare like the defense values, Havel's is like twice as good as Lautrec's almost. It's better than twice as good, and it even has a ridiculous amount of durability because it's stone. Tarkus isn't quite as that good, the Black Iron, but it's still got really high values overall. And its curse resist isn't that great, but maybe I shouldn't pay too much attention to this stuff for now. So yeah, our Elite Knight stuff is okay. We could equip more stuff, but again, this is kind of like a cosplay run, despite me not using like the Astora Straight Sword. Now that we're down here, let's go ahead and get another look at our painting. We looked at it from up above. Let's get it from straight on. I can't back up much further to show it off. Okay, this will probably work. Fast. Damn it. Okay, let's change our options again. Not too bad. Oh, damn it. Alright, that'll be good. Ziona says, you even have Dark Spirit Pyromancers help her, the Bed of Chaos lady, the Lost Sinner. Which could be analogous to the Bed's two seals. That's cool. A cool detail. Alex forgot about it. You just finished DS1 and started DS2 earlier today. It's been years since you did the trilogy. And you're loving it? That's awesome. I'm glad you guys can enjoy it. DS2 is really fun to you. It just really isn't bad at all, just different. Yeah, I wish I could enjoy it. I just haven't found my way to play it and enjoy it, unfortunately. Ziona says, yeah, you played Dark Souls 2 a lot before. Decided to go through the series. Finished Dark Souls 1, 2... You finished Dark Souls 1 2 days ago and began grinding DS2 now. Okay. So as we come up to our painting here, we will trigger a cutscene when we examine it. I probably should have taken off this Vihander. I didn't think about it. It looks kind of cool. And then we get sucked into the painted world of Ariamis. And if we did not have that doll, it wouldn't happen this way. So, as luck would have it, now the dog is pestering me to go out. She didn't want to go out when I asked her like 5 minutes ago when I took my last break, so that's what you get with being fickle, I suppose. So I'll take another quick be right back to let her out. So hang tight. The Tomb of the Giants is a pretty scary area, especially on a first playthrough. I'll just go ahead and say it so we get cursed. I do kind of remember the layout of the area, but a lot of the specifics are hard to remember. Byhander, and I think as we start to go down now, we get shot at, if we're not being shot at right now. Okay. I thought there was a way to fall there. Shows how well I actually remember that layout. Actually, let's try to be smart for once. Wait, I don't think I have any of the prism stones. That's all of my stones are in Dark Souls 3. I think it's a little bit further to the left. Spamming the R2. We said we're gonna go about this normal style. It's actually going this way. And then we slide down here and make a right. Oh, it's this one, isn't it? That we just dropped down. Okay, so I was misremembering where. So now we should be like right by the bonfire. It's like down there, yeah. See, I do kind of remember where I'm going, I just don't remember the specifics. I almost stepped off the cliff right then. Okay.
If I do go hollow, then finish me off. I beg of you.
But at the very least, with Miyazaki's interviews, I mean, I guess it doesn't, like, dispute the idea that, dragons are abyssal. But, he says, like, where'd she go? She really just killed herself. Bruh. Oh, shnikes, the third one scared the crap out of me. I got by the HUD. Alright, so now we're out of here. Now we just have to deal with all the bone wheels, which have killed me a lot. So out of the frying pan into the fire, essentially. Can we do it? Can we do it? Can we do it? Damn it! Damn it, damn it, damn it, damn it, damn it, damn it. The goal was in sight. She's pretty OP. Yeah. Especially since melee is really garbage against the Moonlight Butterfly, and she's a caster, she'll probably do a lot of work. Oh, crap. Well, we did it, boys. The soul of the Moonlight Butterfly and some humanity. I didn't even look at Beatrice, did I? We'll see her again for like the Four Kings, I suppose. So GG, Moonlight Butterfly. I forgot, like, I'm not ridiculously low leveled. That still died way faster than I expected, especially with the co-op thing going on. Alright, let me get this prize, the Watchtower Basement Key, and the Divine Ember, and Homeward Bone. So we can go back to... oh, damn it. Damn Moonlight Butterfly. I really wish I could say I planned that just for the content, but no, I'm a goober. There's no defending myself. Rip my humanity. Now I have to go back and pick up my souls. And then this is the kind of noob trap setup killer. If we try to come this way, the boulder comes crashing through, and then you just fight a bunch of Cabra demons, a bunch of Taurus demons, and so having another recycled... Okay, now we're back. Sorry for the delay there. Stella says they should really replay DS1 and DS2. You can't actually play DS3 though. Don't own anything that runs it. That's unfortunate. Maybe able to run it low res on your computer, I guess. Oh yeah, I should actually talk about where I'm going through. So this is the painted world of Ariamis. For whatever reason, we get teleported onto this bridge and we can't make it back. There's just this hole of death. And I think if we fall down here, we still just spawn in here. We've only got 100,000 echo or souls to lose. Watch me actually spawn back in with all the painting guardians and stuff and lose my stuff. Nope, okay. So if you do jump off right there, you do spawn back into the painted world. So for whatever reason, we can't go back. And this world is kind of analogous to the painted world of Dark Souls 3. So some parts of the geometry or geography don't really align super well. But maybe this is supposed to be like the cliffs that led up to Frida's mansion. But when we do go further, there's going to be like a tower, which kind of is more or less what you'd get when you fight like the Livid Pyromancer Dunnel, I think it was, and like the Champion Gravetender. So it doesn't work exactly, which would kind of make sense if they repainted and built a brand new world on top of an old one with the painting. As we come in, we do see like some hollows put on stakes and all that. Justin says, you think I need to play Dark Souls 2? Can't bring myself to do it, man. It hurts. All playstyles are valid, that's why PvP is much more used in DS2 than any other. Stella says it might be less annoying for him with an audience. If anything, like, it's probably better if I don't have an audience. Like, I didn't really rage at it. It just, I don't want to, like, be too negative about it. Which I'm pretty much already doing right now. They can become everything at once, which makes it easier for people to access and enjoy, but for some reason it may mitigate the stat system. It does give you a little too much freedom, but not too early like DS3. DS3 is a mess, to be honest. It tries to be a middle ground, but in your opinion it fails. Not saying the game is bad. Lost it. Or anything, just that if people hate DS2, then they should probably have some strong critiques of 3. I mean, I would strongly disagree with that. Like, 3 is way better mechanically than 1 and 2, and so the most gripes that people have about 2, I think, are due to mechanics than anything else. Like, I enjoy 1 way more than 2, just because of how slow and disjointed it feels. Ziona says, the soul memory is a pretty big problem for you. You enjoy the PvP, but you're pretty much limited to arena duels unless you want to face Havel monsters. And yeah, like, I didn't like the extinction system, amongst other things, and the only way to mitigate that is do the Covenant of Champions, and then that brings on its whole other host of problems. So, I mean, I give them credit for trying some new ideas, but just it just didn't appeal to me. Soul memory is trash. They added a ring for avoiding that, but it still doesn't fix the issue. Doesn't it work like this? Even if you lose all your souls, they still count towards your soul memory, meaning that a bad player becomes even weaker and has less of a chance of getting summons. But also they added a ring to mitigate that in the remaster. Yeah. Ziona says, yeah, it's the Agape ring, but that only really affects one aspect of soul memory. The reason why we don't have a pure red-eye orb is because From wants us to buy cracked ones. Stella doesn't really PvP. Not really their jam. Joseph Ariano says, a friend of mine got to Aldrich in Dark Souls 3 without realizing you could wear 4 rings instead of 2. I'm not too surprised. I got to Sullivan before I figured out to upgrade my Estus flasks with the bone ash. So I think I could probably even show that off with my trophy screenshots of Dark Souls 3. People show more respect in 1 and 3 than in 2, which is too bad since 2 is the best system when it works right. Alex says, you love the lore? I mean, I've looked at the lore. You don't actually have to play the game to get a decent handle of the lore. I mean, I say that kind of blindly here, but yeah, as I've said before on the stream, I think Dark Souls 2 does add in a lot of good things to the lore. That doesn't make it a fun game, unfortunately. I was trying to poise through that. And as we come into the Painted World, we do just have some random hollows here. And so the Painted World is where all the quote-unquote forlorn end up. And it's kind of a bigger deal in 3. Well, maybe not a bigger deal, but it's expanded upon more. Oh, clear that up. If you guys were wondering where Velka was, well, we just found her. Joking, obviously. And so the only way to escape the Painted World is to literally run through the ending and jump off. So it's kind of annoying, especially since this is the best farming spot in the game. Not these little hollows here, but just overall. Oh yeah, I should kindle up this bonfire and all that. Unless the remaster changed things and you can actually warp out. I'd be surprised if you could, but also... Okay, this bonfire is cut off from the others, cannot warp. So we don't really have a lore reason for that, other than they just didn't want you to leave the area, I guess. Maybe we blame it on the doll, I don't know. Because you can warp directly in here later on, so it's kind of annoying how they put that up. How am I getting hit by these things? Need to pay a little bit more attention. DS1 did it better where you had to enable online. DS2 you just have to turn off online. Stella just turns your Wi-Fi off. That makes sense. It starts automatic and you know that because you bought it and replayed it last week and finished today. It's the exact same system as 1 when it comes to auto online without setting it. DS1 you had to be human to be invaded. You're enabling online. DS2 you can be invaded no matter what state you're in. Okay. The only way to turn off online is to burn an effigy. You actually prefer that because you miss tons of little things by not being human, not being invaded in DS1. You keep missing NPC lore, etc. It's just preference, but you do notice much more jerks in in 2 than 1 and 3. You might enjoy that, but some people might not want to interact with online components. DS1 did it better by putting the choice on you. DS2 forces the hand. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, we don't take full mitigated damage. It's kind of one of the bad things about the grass crest shield. So as we look up there, we've got this corpse up here. We can shoot it down, I think. Let's change our equipment. Maybe not. Maybe I need to hit the arrow. Or maybe I just need to knock it off someplace else. Okay. Some humanity. There's nothing over there. Let me check my equipment. Okay, we're good. He almost sniped me. I think it's like right here, we've got like these pus dudes. I don't remember if they inflict toxic or if it's just poison. But they're all pyromancers because they can cast that kind of spell right there. It's obviously not trying to do it like that. And I don't remember how far I need to be away. Oh, we got poisoned or whatever it is. Oh no, this is definitely toxic. So may as well kill both of them before I use my item. Village corpse. We get a soul of a proud knight. So here we have 2 ways we can kind of advance forward here. The first way is direct. And then I think the second way leads to more treasure. So we're gonna go backwards and then up. And we'll get invaded by like a Corvian, if I remember correctly. Oh yeah, and we can hear like the rat dogs inside or whatever they are. Let me catch up with you. Ziona says Dark Souls 2 actually does stats better than Dark Souls 1. Alright, you're wrong. You're just straight up wrong with the adaptability thing. Dark Souls 2, no stat is useless. Resilience is a blight. One thing that is complete BS in 2 is that you have your stat adaptability, which affects your iframes and Escher drinking speed without telling you. That's terrible. Yeah, so pretty much Alexander did all your first 3 runs with no points in adaptability. You thought it was like resistance in Dark Souls 1, or resilience. Joseph says, you wish you played Dark Souls on release. You would have lost your mind finding out about secret stuff like the Painted World and Koth existing. You can only imagine how forums and stuff reacted to it. So yeah, one of our mods, Senshin, he didn't really play the game, I think, on release, because, no, maybe he did, because he was a big fan of, maybe not a big fan, but he was a frequenter of 4chan. So he like learned a lot about the lore of like Demon Souls from 4chan and people talking about the games on there. So it was definitely popping during those times. I thought one of these flies towards me. Maybe we need to like loot this item. No, so you just drop down there. That's kind of okay, so they do come. So the Corvians in this one obviously look a bit different than you find them in Dark Souls 3, but they're still kind of Corvians. I think you can get an item from one of them or something like that where it says like their faith in Velka transfigured their bodies, something along those lines. So the idea that faith can alter a physical being is supported by the lore, and that's just not people's headcanons of things. Alex says, what, you're not wrong? Yeah, at least about the stats. I'm saying that Justin was wrong about Dark Souls 2 having better handle of stats. High-level PvP backstabbing to dodge. They did a crap job of telling you how important adaptability is in Dark Souls 2. You keep coming back to all Dark Souls games. They're for you, for sure, the most unique and important games of the decade. Katie says, as much bad things you hear about DS2, you'd still prefer to play at the 90% of the games you see the trailers of. Ziona says, you only play Souls games in Destiny? Ziona says, say what you want about adaptability, it's not a useless stat. Resilience is a noob trap of wasted levels. I think you can still see in here. I don't need to pull out like the lantern and all that. Below we can hear our like little rat friends coming in. So I guess there's just two ways to come in here. That's where the one hollow came in and attacked us. So it leads back out to the same area. But you do miss out on like the twin humanities and the souls if you don't go around the other way. We get a rat down here. Two of them. I was hoping it would turn around or do something cooler. So if we look at them closely, we can see that they're like kind of festering and they've got wounds on their back and the blood. So the painted world is still kind of a not such a pristine place even in Dark Souls 1. So whether they're infected by something or if they're just undead is a matter with debate, I suppose. Zelda says, you don't only need the Covenant of Champions, you can reset the area by buffing the bonfires. The enemies return one difficulty higher. Well, that's, like, isn't it a perfect, not a perfect, but a permanent New Game Plus if you use the bonfire aesthetics? Whatever they're called. So, I mean, that's still, that's arguably worse than the Covenant of Champions, I think. I don't know. I don't really know how it works too well. A lot of the Dark Souls secrets reek of Luigi and Mario 64 rumors when you were younger, lol. You're crazy about that stuff. Alexander said, you study psychology and there seems to be a correlation between depression, anxiety, and loneliness, and certain people being more drawn to Dark Souls. You even experienced it yourself. Bobbin's off to bed. Thank you, and have a good night. Hopefully we'll see you next time. Alex says, does not mean everybody who plays it are, but a lot of Dark Souls players seem more involved in their emotions and things. Kind of makes sense, I suppose. It needs a certain amount of introspection and perseverance. And I feel like that kind of goes along with those traits that you mentioned right there. And just get some negligible souls of a brave warrior. And then as we go into the next area, we'll be accosted by the Corvian, I think, and a bunch more of the toxic blobhead things. Oh, yeah, I didn't buff up. Oh, dang it. I should have buffed up the Estus flasks before coming here. It's all good. Okay, no. Forgot. You don't get accosted by the Corvian. I think that'll be good enough to heal. No, I screwed up. Okay. You can pretty much leave those guys alive. That's a little bit smarter. Somewhat. Don't I need to jump? Okay, yeah, that's how I need to do it. Didn't angle right. I feel like at the max range with this Zweihander, you can kill these guys without worrying too much. But I don't fully remember. Come on, camera. Just need our guy over there to chill, and I don't know where the others are. So these guys' heads kind of remind me of like the research hall patients in Bloodborne, and as we hit them, we do see like toxins come out of them. So I'm not saying they're exactly the same, but there's at least similar thematic elements to them. Not that the research hall patients have poisonous gas come out of themselves. Wait, trying to stay at range. I could probably shoot that one down, but I don't think I need to worry about it. Need to run and jump properly. Full of a brave warrior. And then there's like this... Oh, damn it. Back. Damn it, damn it, damn it. There's this little ladder over here, which kind of comes to another secret-ish area. If you don't know about the jump. Oh wait, I think I need to go back up and then jump out on top of that balcony thing. Maybe I could come back here later. I don't know. Oh no, it leads back into it someplace else then. Okay. Oh no, you just hit that thing down maybe? And we can hear more of rats on the inside. I don't remember if the rats poison me now that I think about it. I don't think they do, but... Alexander says exactly, that's exactly what you meant. And probably in reference to like the perseverance and introspection and stuff. You love the bonfire aesthetics, it's a great choice. Ziona says, you played Kingsfield as a kid, so you've always been a From fanboy? Nice. Stella says it satisfies wanting to die, but not really. You said, why not? Use it if you wanna, don't use it if you don't. It's all positive with that item in your opinion. The aesthetics? Aesthetics? Alex says, since enemies stop appearing, you can't grind, so it functions in more than one way. You just need a hug. You believe fire counters their toxic explosion? Use some pine resins. Okay, let's try it out. I think those are probably all the ones that I needed to worry about, but I didn't know about that. In which case, it would kind of go along with like the Lauren Silver Beasts, where you can kind of mitigate toxic stuff with fire. Do I really not have any? It kind of figures with my playstyle. Because I wouldn't remember to use these buffs if people didn't tell me about them. I really need to go out of my way to think about it. Thank you for the advice, though. And A, welcome to the stream. Elda says, yeah, it permanently locks the difficulty higher, but only for... Oh, just for that bonfire's region? Still works, just be careful where. Okay, I didn't know that. I thought it kind of worked everywhere. Makes sense, then, that it's only for, like, a local setting. So these rats kind of run away. I don't know if they really get too aggressive, but I also don't want to find out. I think this one's a mimic, because I don't see a chain. Oh, I do see a chain. But this is Dark Souls 1, so let's just hit it anyway. Okay. Something just fell off and died. Get the Painting Guardian set. And... I thought this led out somewhere else. Maybe there's a wall. No, I don't think so. I just didn't really remember it ending in a dead end. I thought there really was more to it. It's gonna bother me. The egg vermifuge. So this is kind of the other spot where we could get rid of our egg without doing all the stuff with Angi. If for whatever reason we were infected. Okay. Pillage the corpse. So as we look ahead here, I guess it doesn't really show it off super well here, but we kind of get that tower where we'll find Priscilla, we get the fog wall, and over there is like an undead dragon. And I don't know if it's intentional, but in both times that I've played, its butt has fallen off. And it's really goofy. So that might happen again today. And the dragon butt is what we can find pretty much all around Lost Izalith. It's a little bit annoying. Allows for selective farming of bosses. You can raise difficulty of DS2 from the moment you reach Majula. Let's go munch on bodies and collect that humanity. Yeah, you can farm the eggs at the snake in Darkroot. Oh, really? I didn't know that. That's kind of cool. Alexander says, as it stands, DS1 is king for you. BB shares the spot. DS2 and 3 are also kind of sharing the second spot for you. You have a hard choice between 2 and 3. You'll love elements for both, and they're so different. Ziona says, before the Fall Step chalices, you found BB to be quite the slog to play. Even still, the farming detracts from the experience. Yeah, I understand. Like, I feel like the farming, I can justify it more from a lore perspective, but at least for gameplay-wise, I can see how that can be annoying. Especially if people are like really trying to grind really ridiculously good gems, but I feel like people put way too much emphasis on those. I thought there was something else. Like right over here. I know it like connects back in later, but... Oh yeah, I think you can just drop down here. Okay. I go over that way, and then it connects into here. Okay, that's kind of what I was remembering. Oh yeah, I should read the Painting Guardian set as well as the Vermifuge. Wait, I think I already read the Vermifuge. Yeah. Bitter sour chestnut removes parasitic egg from body. The egg bearers have chosen to serve the flame of chaos, and the egg symbolize the selfless choice. Naturally, these chestnuts are forbidden, but they are allowed under special circumstances. So perhaps this could hint that even the followers of the Daughters of Chaos might end up as being forlorn if they decided to leave their faction, so that might be why there's the egg here. So the painting world can kind of be accepting of all. But also, to be fair, that's just kind of me trying to come up with a narrative which would fit why the egg would even be here. So you can pretty much come up with your own idea as to why it would be here, and nobody can really argue for or against it, I think. Unless, obviously, other bits of the in-game lore contradicts your thoughts. So the Painting Guardian hood is a hood worn by the Alabaster Cloth Guardians of the Paintings in Anor Londo. Offers substantial protection versus magic. They have guarded the great paintings of Ariamis for ages. They have guarded the great paintings of Ariamis for ages, passing their duty down through the generations, but the reason for doing so passed from memory long ago. So I got distracted that it said great paintings as opposed to like just the one painting. I'm going to assume that's probably just a product of localization and not knowing whether the painting was singular or plural, because that would make the most sense to me. But we did find the Painting Guardians on the outside of it, and since they're affiliated with Anor Londo, it does show that the gods have placed them to guard the painting. So what they're supposed to guard exactly isn't clear. I think it should be understood that it was Priscilla, and that might tie or might make stronger ties with her being related to the royal family, if not through blood, then through marriage. We'll probably talk about that a bit more once we get like a Seath Lord Soul as well. Alex says, that's exactly how I feel about Bloodborne. The dungeons could have been awesome, but they turned out to be grindy with some cool, unique bosses. Because you can do any build before new game. You can upgrade the one weapon you'll use instead accordingly. It's boring, it's milquetoast. Yeah. I don't think Bloodborne's a perfect game, but I still do really enjoy it. They could have done a bit better job of setting it up, I think. So as we come up here, we will find some more Corvians. And it's really easy to fall down and take damage. That one should be good. Uh-oh, these things can survive 3 hits. Good to know. That one's still down there. And then there's a couple more up there, I think. So it's important to be really careful and pick your footing well here. If you can stun lock them, all the better. Okay, so that should be all of them. We get some more crows. What's probably the better angle? Okay, that'll probably look cool. You get the red sign soapstone. It's kind of interesting that it's up here. Leaves the invasion sign. Be summoned to another world as a dark spirit and defeat the summoners to acquire humanity. Certain dark wraiths resist the descent into the dark and persevere along the honorable path. The red sign soapstone is for them. So this would potentially tie in the painted world more with the forces of the occult, depending on your beliefs, because there is that kind of relationship between some kinds of dark wraiths being here and having this summoning sign soapstone. But it would also fit in that if a dark wraith was kind of straying from their own path of being a dark wraith, they would end up in the painted world. And that could just because they were honorable and not pillaging everything that they saw along the way. Oh yeah, I don't think you can get it from this angle, so that's probably a bad idea to drop down here. Let's just go all the way around and out the front. And hopefully that Corvian doesn't like ambush us later. Maybe it will, I don't know. Actually, I've got an idea. Dry finger butthole. Merc says, BB is literally the easiest game to do a jack of all trades build, despite how boring that is due to the lack of stats. Kind of. I mean, it depends on what weapons you're working with. But especially with the naughty chalice, it's the easiest one to get to like 120 and customize your build. So, a little bit of a silver lining. Alex uses the saw spear. Done deal. You don't like any other weapon, and no weapon is more effective in general, except very certain circumstances. Ziona says, you think the egg connects to the King Jeremiah? His head is bloodied, and he uses chaos pyromancy. Ruby. To be the devil's advocate, Dark Souls 2 is literally made to be jack of all trades. Still says you have to grind because you're bad at video games. Fiona says, literally any complaint you'd have with Bloodborne would be stomped out like vermin if it had a respec system. Yeah. That's the real travesty of Bloodborne, just not having the respec system. And they could have made it work, especially with the Altar of Despair, but what you gonna do? Make your own fan mod game to PC, and then add that function into Altar of Despair. That's pretty much what we need to hope for. Or like a better remaster than the Dark Souls remastered. Not that this is bad, but it doesn't add a ton of new features. Saucebeer's king. Most people agree on that. Merc says, is 45 weapons seriously not enough? Would you like to get broken swords and weapons that do nothing but either be useless or reskin moved of other weapons? So yeah, Tiny Boots, welcome back to the stream. I think Alex is being a little bit defeatist with the weapons of Bloodborne. Sure, the Saw Spear is definitely good, but literally every weapon is viable in its own right. I do no damage with this thing. Hope you're all enjoying the day. Thank you very much. Hope you are as well. And, I thought I finally killed it. Yeah, even if you like the Saw Spear, I mean, they do offer, like, a ton of variety with also, like, having the tricked forms. So, the Pizza Cutter is another, like, fan favorite. Definitely changes the playstyle a lot. Amygdalin Arm is crazy for how its moveset works. I'm personally not, like, too big of a fan of it, but at the very least, like, there is a lot to the game. Alright, let's equip our Great Bow. Equip our arrow. Oh, damn it. Okay. Bro, how much HP does this thing have? Holy crap. Equip a crossbow. Sniper one. Oh well, let's go with the light one. Damn it. Can't even see where I'm saying. Oh, I need to aim higher. Hit it once. Thrilling gameplay. I don't know how to switch my crossbow bolts. Okay, probably like that. They're literally gonna run out of arrows just for a damn Corvian. At this point, it's a matter of principles. Justin says, we could always use more weapons, but you don't know if the stats are... Oh, we killed it, finally. But you don't know about the stats? What would you add that would be beneficial to the game? Everything seems covered. Alex says, please talk a lot about this area. As you can see, the Corvians are apparently the tankiest things in the entire game. Yeah. I don't really know what the function of this tower was, but... I do like this area. I mean, it's kind of annoying at times, but it's got a certain charm that's hard to replicate, I think. You don't need to go this way, I don't think. So this will bring us to the phalanx. Maybe this is the way forward right now. I thought there's another way we can go around. So no, it's only the other way. Okay, okay. giant dragon butt. I'm not going to worry about that. I'm going to at least open the front entrance to unlock that shortcut. And maybe get the tower key. So we can't proceed through this door right here because it's locked by some contraption. So it doesn't actually take a key. We need to go pull a lever underneath everything. This might also be the spot where we fought like the champion grave tender in Dark Souls 3. But as we come out here, it's going to be very obvious we're not in like a field of flowers and all that stuff. Alex says it's in retrospect, but you love Bloodborne more than anything when you first played it. What's the point of the stats? Are just another damage increase? All the current stats have their own purpose. 80 says Dark Wraiths were at the top of the edgelords of Dark Souls until the Ring Knights were introduced. Yeah. We need Scholar of the Eyes, Scholar of the First Blood. Alex says, you're not saying that, but you're saying once you find your weapon, you stick to it and can upgrade it to max as soon as possible. Oh, okay. And if you look online, the spear is consistently ranked at number 1 or at least top 3. I mean, it really just comes to personal preference. I personally don't like the saw spear, but that's just me. I played with the threaded cane the most, as if you guys watched my Bloodborne streams, but I understand that it's more of a probably an edgy boy weapon when you really get down to it. Refined boy. Crispin, welcome back. You said you come join late and you must fall into a nice bit of burb cheese. Lovely. Joseph said, oh yeah, LP, you finished the blue story in Saga Frontier and that sure was an ending. You thought your Switch crashed? Yeah. It was even more different in the PlayStation version because I think it didn't even say like the end for a longer time. So you're like, what the hell happened? But I do like what they added with the Fusa scenario there. And also, I'm glad to hear that you've played the game as well. Local man screams at Burb. So as we come out here, we find a bunch of hollows. Didn't mean to do that. Okay, we still have 5. A bunch of hollows like around this kind of statue. They have what almost looks like the sunset shield in Dark Souls 3, but apparently that's more related to Mara than anything else. It just has a passing resemblance. The statue, we'll try to show that off in a moment here. I'm not going to fight them just yet. They're the easiest farming spot in the game, so we'll show a lot of those off later on. Really, there's not much else we can do than proceed through this way for now. But before doing that, let me catch up. It's an illusion you're actually shooting a nuclear sub. Alex says, that doesn't have to be a bad thing. You only use the Black Knight, Great Axe, Vihander, and Claymore in Dark Souls 1, but the choices are many. You just don't find any interest in them, and others do, and it shows. Yeah, but at least I feel like, even though there's a bunch of singular weapons in Dark Souls, a decent amount of them kind of have the same moveset. And that's not necessarily bad, because they kind of scale differently at times. They could be buffed different ways. But at least with Bloodborne, you always get like 2 weapons in one, and that can drastically change how you play the game. So that's one of the things that I do appreciate about it. So even if they don't have quite technically as many weapons, I think the implementation of them feels more numerous overall. So as we come in through here, we do wake up the Phalanx army. Oh, we can one-shot them, that's really nice. But the last time I went through here, I was in like New Game Plus, so I had them twice, which is really annoying. They're very slow. You see them like kind of riddled with spears. And it shows that there's like probably a fusion between more than one individual, which I guess I never really thought about, like how that came to be. Or maybe this is like a proto version of like the man grubs. Maybe they're not more than one person. Let's look at the limbs. Okay, so they do have like an appropriate number of limbs. That was just kind of me misreading it, I guess, for a moment there. Pick up our spear. So they just give us just, a pretty basic spear there. Oh, we took a decent amount of damage. So is it on its stomach? Yeah, it's like backwards though. Like its legs are backwards for like where its head is. That seems painful as crap. It doesn't seem like he's holding his arms like upside down either, which would have been kind of cool. Like if his back has something coming out of it. But maybe that also kind of ties into the pilgrim stuff in Dark Souls 3, where stuff emerges out of its back and they become different beings. At the very front of it, you can kind of see like the dark sign curse stuff coming out of it, like the hollow curse. So these are pretty cool enemies. They only exist right here in front, like surrounding the statue. And so, if I remember correctly, this statue is probably the figure of the painting in Dark Souls 3. People figure this is probably Velka. It could be Priscilla. Maybe the little girl is Priscilla. We don't fully know for sure. And I think, I think I just said that she's probably what's depicted on the paintings in Dark Souls 3. In the painted world there. So I think that's pretty much all I can say about the statue for now until we access other stuff. So I think these graves ended up being reused in some portions in Bloodborne. But to be fair, I guess like graves end up looking like graves no matter where you go. Another Ring of Sacrifice, potentially tying this place more to Velka. We'll go over there later, so I'm not going to worry about that. It's the one staircase. We already came through that area. So the next way forward is kind of like through the well, which can be pretty dangerous. Maybe I should... Oh yeah, I should definitely level up. What am I talking about? Because I didn't level up when we first came into the world. That was really dangerous of me in retrospect. We could also go up that way. And if we humanize ourselves and go out there, I think we're still human. We can get invaded by King Jeremiah, which is everybody's favorite NPC. So I probably want to save it and get a decent amount of footage of him. Okay, we can definitely at least level up intelligence 5 times, but I'll probably just like strongman farm this spot later on. That's one hand just to show the soft cap. So we're at 37 strength. When we level up to 40 and beyond it, we don't really get those returns because it's soft capped. So at that point, we'll just go into vitality so we can live longer. Holy crap, we have a lot of levels to gain. Maybe I should just start pumping into intelligence now. Yeah, may as well. Alright, let's catch up with everything you all are saying. And then go fight Xanthus King Jeremiah, because I think I'm still human. Can't you aim with the light crossbow? Maybe. I don't know how to do it. The bird must die. Alex says, don't get you wrong, Bloodborne's your favorite game of the series, and if you could choose, you'd personally choose Bloodborne 1 through 3 over Dark Souls 1 through 3. Bloodborne does not have luck. Discovery scales with the arcane because it doesn't need useless stats. BB doesn't have it. DS3 and Demon Souls have it. If you mean arcane, it's a spellcaster class. Alex says, you think it was a church? Tabelka, the big tower, makes sense. Or at least the like courtyard area. Maybe at one point it all had a roof. It's a possibility. Alex says, your point was that if certain stats in Dark Souls series are bloat, which they are, then the dungeons instead of the longer story in Bloodborne is bloat and a sacrifice as well. Okay, so you can't aim with the crossbows in one. You really wanted to see more Bergenworth? Yeah, makes sense. At least with Bloodborne, like the bare bones story kind of works with the narrative. It can be very frustrating at times, especially since like how long it took people to try to like engage with the lore. Because, I mean, I don't want to feel like I'm the only one who thought it, because there was probably others before me. But, I don't really think people understood the Pale Blood stuff super well before I made my video. Like, there's still, like, a bunch of crackpot theories about it. And so, it was just a hard game to engage with overall, I think, as a product of all that. I should have put on my soul ring. Oh, but then I couldn't run around. That's the sacrifice you make with the Ring of Favor. So this is why this is the best farming spot in the game. We had like 7,000 souls before, and we're already at 15,000, and I didn't even have like the Mimic head on or the soul ring, the serpent ring. I think I'm still human, right? Yeah, okay. And as we come into the next area more deeply, we'll get invaded. Oh yeah, I didn't save it. We'll get invaded by King Jeremiah. Alex said, with the nightmare stuff making complete sense in the world, they could have had each area even more perverted and becoming more levels. There are plans for much more diverse nightmare world. Katie said, you're about to say that the lady on the painting is most likely not Velka because she's black-haired, but then you realize that we never see her in color. Guess black-haired witch is so common. So I think on that statue, I thought I just saw like a little bit of wisps of black hair. So I'll take a look at that before continuing. Ziona says the best farming spot in Dark Souls Remastered is just bright duping. Alex says dungeons are a cop-out for people who needed to grind. I don't think it was a cop-out. I think like they wanted to make a boss rush system at one point, but I mean obviously they just ran out of development time, and I guess I left one alive. They ran out of development time, and as a natural byproduct of that, things like the Canehurst stuff, Chalice dungeons, quite a bit of things suffered as a consequence of that. So, oops, makes sense that I would screw that up. Maybe it's just blood on the statue, and not really black hair after all. So yeah, I can't really tell if that's supposed to be hair or blood. Either way, it would be strange for either one to be there. Well, maybe not because of the crows. Maybe that would explain it. So on this side, it looks like blood. So maybe it's blood. Maybe this is supposed to, you know, be a proto-Kytha. She's bleeding tears of blood. And she's like the mother of the forlorn. Because that would make sense with all the stuff with Uncle Gale. So, maybe Velka ends up becoming Kytha? Don't take that seriously. Never take anything anybody says about Velka seriously. And it also looks like these things are like little prisons. Or at least, they're cages, but we don't really get anything in them, which is kind of weird and unfortunate. What would have been in them? I don't know. Maybe that explains the Phalanx army there. And there are like a bunch of chains. Shackles like on the walls, so they probably chain people to them. I don't know if this has like a real purpose though. Probably something worth looking into at some point. Fiona says, isn't the statue confirmed Velka in Dark Souls 3? I don't think so. You hate the get good mentality, but Bloodborne literally tells you that is where to go grind. Yeah, there's nothing wrong with get good. If you use it to deter other gamers or to feel elite, yes, it's dumb. You meant the mentality behind the meme, not actually getting good. Okay. Like, people just ask advice, and all they get is just get good when there's actual advice for everything in the game. Yeah, I mean, don't get hit. Don't die. It's always good advice. It's just, you know, implementing that advice, which is the tricky thing. So I think it's as soon as you go around like these little blocks over here that Jeremiah spawns in. So just trying to get rid of the small fry so they don't get in the way. So I'm trying to think if we can compare this spot specifically to any place else in Ariamis. Or sorry, Ariandel. Oh, wait. Okay, so this spot kind of reminds me of where we see where we go to fight, what's his name? I'm gonna say the Marlborough man, the dude with the super raspy voice who's, Elfrida's, boy toy. Like when you come around, there's like the bunch of the trees. So it would seem like coming into the first time. Okay, that might line up. Obviously there wasn't the stairs there in that game. So it doesn't like match up 1-to-1, but I mean, also that building wasn't completely dilapidated. Hey, we got the Hunter's Mark. In Dark Souls, Bloodborne confirmed, part of the Dark Souls world. Hey, we get Acid Surge. Okay, sweet. Body there. Probably reload it after killing Jeremiah and show that off again with a bit more attention to detail. Now that I think about it, like, this is just, you know, a dumb thought. I wonder if some of, like, the tree ladies in Dark Souls 3 that, like, have the fire coming out of them are related to all these hollows put on spikes. Maybe that's how they became tree ladies? As to why they're put on these spikes, I don't really know. Probably to keep them dead and to drain their blood? Maybe draining their blood keeps them dead. That would actually tie very well into a lot of things, especially with like the kind of Hunter's Rune, which isn't upside down with all these figures here. Actually, yeah, let's get some footage of that. That might be worth showing off. Okay, this will be good. Okay. Don't just say get good, scrub. Ziona says, Dark Souls is the best played blind. Get good is the best advice because of its conciseness. You don't need to grind, you don't need a guide, just learn, get good. Kind of. No, he understands what you mean, but he's just saying, like, play the game, I guess. Like, enjoy it for what it is. Get good isn't necessarily like saying you suck, it's just like, don't give up. So one of my favorite things about Dark Souls 2 is the, like, don't give up skeleton meme. Because it's kind of poignant. Because people kind of intrinsically know that they're the skeleton that it's talking about. Like the advice system in the game, like try pine resin, etc. If you need to ask for advice, your advice will be to get good. That's how you give advice, not just get good because you personally have found shit out. Drain their dark soul blood. Alex says you're in complete disagreement, so you'll be moving on. We're cool, though. Well, I appreciate that you guys can agree to disagree and just move on. Elda says, being on stakes feeds to the crowd and their sacred to Velka. Katie says, speaking of Kytha, not serious theories, you had a super wild theory that Filianora might be Kytha statue of a crying lady in the cathedral, has the Chloranthy ring, and Filianora is something similar to Tears. You're Fromped and I'm Goth, you guess. Alex says, have you forgotten the first years were toxic as hell? I mean, if you take toxicity online seriously, I mean, that's kind of on you. I mean, I don't want to, like, shift the blame here or anything, but just take it as a meme. Like, people will say stupid shit, and sometimes you have to deal with it. But yeah, I mean, if you think the Dark Souls stuff is really bad, like, look at more competitive games, like League of Legends, Dota, and those are way worse. Not that like, absolves people of their actions related to Dark Souls, I guess. But I don't know. Since Dark Souls isn't competitive, I don't really take it seriously. I don't really think it's that toxic, to be honest. Alright, so let me get some panned footage here. At the very least, I could just, okay, so let's go this way. Okay, this will probably work. Try like that. Okay, I've got an idea. Damn it. So let's start this way, and then if I need the footage, I'll just reverse it. That should be good enough, I think. Let's get Jeremiah in here. As we come over here, you should spawn in. You see his bulbous head over here. So Xanthus Scholar, or Xanthus King Jeremiah in this one doesn't really have like a mushroom head. Like it doesn't have like the outer top. Like it, I'm really failing to describe this. But he does have those chaos spells, as you can see. Flame Whip. Oh, rip. Maybe get the notched whip thing. Also causes heavy bleeding. So knowing what we know of like Dark Souls 3 and blood and all that stuff now, there might be that kind of relation with him being a pyromancer, a chaos pyromancer, and causing bleeding, especially with like the Dark Soul essentially potentially being related to blood. And bloodletting could be one of the ways of stopping hollows, I guess. Well, I don't know, because I guess the Pygmy Lords don't really have blood left by the time that Gale gets them, but maybe that's why they're so weak and why he can devour them. I don't know. So I'm probably just going to go with my working theory that bloodletting all of these hollows makes them catatonic faster. That's probably the way that they deal with them. It might be related to like these kinds of sky burials and all the crows. And I guess you could argue that like leaving them to the crows would be like offerings to Velka. I mean, obviously that's a bit more conjecture than anything like super concrete. So let's go ahead and reload. Maybe I want to... Okay, just souls. Okay, what I thought. And then we picked up the Acid Surge, but I'll do that when we pick it up again. Stella says, you only wonder that because it was Kythus Cathedral first. Sorry. You kind of wonder if Rosaria's Kythus somehow corrupted, but there's really not enough about Rosaria beyond Rebirth and somehow related to Gwynevere, and you only wonder that because it was Kythus Cathedral first. Yeah, the stuff between a lot of the goddesses, pretty much all of the gods other than like Gwyn and Gwyndolin, is really up for grabs in terms of trying to interpret it. Because you have Rosaria, Velka, Gwynevere, Kytha, Fina, that all get mentioned, but really there's nothing to say about what they are. So as long as I know that we just need to pick it up to get Jeremiah to spawn in, I'm not gonna take too long to go through these things. Is there another one over here? No, I think we already killed him. That's probably what it was. So that one just spawned back to where it was. Something just fell to its death. Whatever. Acid Surge. Okay. Let's check this one out. Pyromancy foreign to the Great Swamp. Emit acid which corrodes weapons and armor. Not all pyromancy originates in the Great Swamp. One hears rumors of unknown pyromancers inhabiting various lands, and this spell is the work of one such outlander. So, not much else to say about that. That corrodes weapons and armor, like it says, so that kind of reduces your opponent's durability on their stuff. So, overall, it's kind of useless. I don't think this is effective at all in PvE, but I could be wrong, and it would have been nice if they had more functions for it for that reason. Like if it would like really weaken the Iron Golem or something, that would have been super cool, but yeah. Don't really have too much else to say. Alex says, by design, Miyazaki said he wanted people to talk to each other about things. He fully expected people getting lost in one way or another. But you're done with that? So the thing is, in this world, Priscilla says its inhabitants are kind and gentle, but she's obviously not been outside her little arena for a while. You don't think she knows what's become of the painting? Stella says maybe they're nice to her. Yeah, so one of the weird things is we don't really see the hollows attacking each other. They really only attack, like, the player. And they don't even attack, like, the spawned-in NPCs. So, it's kind of hard to try to make that stuff fit together sometimes. Like, what's lore versus what's gameplay mechanics. So, there might be something just because of us having so many souls, but we also don't see them, like, feasting over these corpses, which leads me to believe that souls really don't animate the hollows as much as it is like the humanity inside them, and you probably need a little bit of both to make something work. And I think in these games humanity is more associated with a willpower than just darkness. Obviously it's associated with darkness, but let's have him cast some spells. Matched whip. Okay. So that's a baller way to finish him off. And a rain of frickin' lava. So that'll be probably enough footage for him, I hope. I guess I could get like the up close. Oh, damn it. Yeah. I'll reload it again and then try to get an up close. Maybe like run away and then sneak up behind him. Did I just upload? Okay. Almost screwed that up entirely. Vampire Uncle Gale. Alex says, Gale had to drink the blood of every pygmy lord to form a semblance of a whole Dark Soul. I would disagree with that. It says that the pygmy's blood had already dried. And so for a long time, I thought like it meant dried as in the sense of like dried blood, dried pigments essentially. But looking at the Japanese, it's more like they've withered, so they don't have any blood left. So he absorbed their souls to make his own blood become darker as a richer pigment for the painter girl. So I don't blame people for thinking like of literally dried blood. So I do think it's all tied to like the humanity of the pygmies' souls, I guess. Jeremiah doesn't have a flat top. That's what I was trying to say. Like he's got like a bulbous top. It isn't flat like a lot of the mushroom folks. Alex says, as we know, the paintings need to be restarted just like the real world in Dark Souls. His head is rounded. And then Stella says, maybe they're nice to her, like she has a big dragon lady with a bleed scythe. You think his turban is to constrict his tumor's growth? And then Alex talked about the Gale. And then Justin says, the reason Ariandel uses his blood as kindling is because the Dark Soul permeates through his blood. He's kindling the bonfire. The whole blood aspect is DLC only stuff, though. Alex said, and like we've talked about, he leads you to him because he knows he'll go mad and needs you to claim the Dark Soul from him. So I feel like it's not just the soul as much as it is the blood. But again, I don't think that stuff is really clear. And it's only after like delving into the stuff a lot more that I pieced it together recently for myself. And I mean, to be fair, like, this still is like my personal interpretation of things. So I could be wrong. Oh, so that's the one that fell off earlier. Let's go collect everything again. Oh yeah, and we'll run away from Jeremiah. I really need to go that way. Okay. The painted worlds are miniature versions of the real Dark Souls world. The same rules apply. Ziona says you see it as a mirror, the rules are reversed. Yeah, I can kind of see where you're both coming from. Then Katie says, also the Xanthus set is given to you as a reward from the Pilgrims of the Dark in Dark Souls 2. The flame needs to die. Father Ariandel is convinced to not let that happen, so everything decays like in the Dark Souls world. Alex says, that's true, the way the flame is maintained, yes, I agree, but it still serves the same function as your point. And then Ziona said, in the painting world, keeping the fire down causes the world to rot. In the real world, keeping the fire alive causes it to rot. Yeah. So pretty much as long as like the worlds persist, they end up rotting because of like all the stagnation of everything. Why isn't he invading? Oh, there he goes. Oh, so it's just like on a timer, I guess. I don't know how far he'll chase me. Definitely not farther than I was expecting. Can't see me. Is he like stuck now? Oh. This is a little bit scary. Oh. Get out of my painting. It's the feeling that I get he's going with right now. So I'm screwed. That was cool. Alright, so maybe I should leave him alone for now and then like open up the area near the boss if I want to get a close-up of him later on. Alex says, instead of linking the flame, the blood serves to douse it. Yeah. And Justin says, well, if you consider the Lord of Hollow Ending, they aren't attacking us. Yeah. Katie says, all the female goddesses are all doing everything in the shadows while the boys are all bosses. I think it takes time for the undead to rise again, especially without bonfires. Yeah, instead of kindling increases the flame, it calls it. Poor Bean Boy. That is so dumb. Yeah, but the Dark Soul is what he gets by ingesting all that is left of the pygmies. Ziona says, you think Jeremiah formed a pact with the Fair Lady in exchange for learning Chaos Pyromancy? He became an egg bearer. That's probably a... Yeah, you could probably make that argument when you put it that way. Because you do get the random egg vermifuge. It's probably just a little bit unfortunate that it's kind of put away from where Jeremiah is. Alright, so we came down here first. We have a couple of places to explore. I think let's go through this way first, and then we'll... No, this is the way forward, isn't it? Yeah, so let's go the other way. No, never mind. Let's just go this way, because I don't think... It shouldn't be the way forward. Don't we get ganked now since all the Corvians are alive again? Kind of. Full of a Proud Knight. It's annoying. That's double annoying, and I died. Can't be doing that when I've got humanity. Alex says the souls are in the blood, kinda. Dude with the Cyrillic name or girl with the Cyrillic name, welcome in. I can't read your name, I apologize. And hello as well. Alex says, in the painted world, the flame is supposed to burn it all down and start anew. Outside of it, it's the opposite, so you screwed up your wording. Or opposite, depending on how one looks at dark versus light. Oh, Borquapsico, welcome back in. He said, you wonder if Jeremiah and Ariamis are spelled the same way in Japanese? I highly doubt it. Not sure if they're the same name. Sorry you're late today to the stream. It's all good. I understand that life gets in the way sometimes. That's probably a poor way to say it. I mean, prioritize the things you guys need to do to, you know, make ends meet in life. Let my streams be a secondary thing. I'm not gonna be too upset about that. But yeah, welcome back in. It's nice to have you. As you can see, we're in the painted world. We're just kind of screwing around here, getting more footage for things. And also dying to the simplest of things because we're just being stubborn and not healing. How did that one not get hit? Okay. Stop shooting me. Oh, so this is the spot where you could just normally hit it, and then that goes down. Okay. Took a decent amount of damage. Oh, okay, so this is the, this is kind of the way forward. I think this way is easier to go through first. I might be wrong here and regret everything after saying that. This way is easier. So as we come into this next area, we can see some souls and a bunch of muck. And it's filled with a bunch of bone wheel skeletons. Oh, I killed it. But this time we're not like level 12 or whatever it was, so hopefully we'll live a little bit longer. Oh. I don't remember how many of them there are total, so I see one over there in the distance. I got lucky there. Enough poise to not get got. And with these things, it's definitely worth chugging some Sunny D. Recover. Of Proud Knights, and so I think the next thing has another bone wheel right there. That's very kind of him. Soul of a Brave Warrior, and then the real reason to come down here, which is kind of easy to miss, is to turn this handle, which will open that door which was closed by a contraption from earlier. Ziona says, how's he blocking? Good footage. That's a strong bridge. Yeah. Being able to endure all that fire. Okay, yeah, so it does definitely looks more like blood from up close. And so you can kind of skip going through this contraption if you deal with the undead giant. Not dead, undead giant, but the dragon. For some reason, I always called him frickin' giant in this game. And so we've got an illusory wall over there, and I think that's the only one in this spot. Yeah. And the way you kind of figure out that there's the illusory wall here is if you could go down the well first, it'll lead into this area. But there will be a bunch more bone wheel skeleton guys again. Alexander said, if you played with nobody watching, you'd play even better. Like, you're not saying you're bad at all, but there's more pressure. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. It'd be the same. Like, I wouldn't care if I died so much. Oh, so you have the lore to discuss, or you're playing with a handicap? It's not too bad of a handicap. I mean, sometimes when I need to focus, it can be, but it's really not bad. You just don't really notice how much you die when you're playing on your own, as opposed to, like, paying attention to what you're saying, as well as trying to pay attention to you guys' chat. And so the bone wheel skeletons will also occasionally reveal the passages if you get lucky, unlucky. That went straight forward, so that was like a different one. Fortunately, I don't remember. I mean, I don't think there was like a random hole to fall in down here. It'd be very Dark Souls of them if they had that, but here's the well entrance that I was talking about from earlier. So it's really easy to get hit from the sides from these bone wheels. So that's another fake wall. Stairs. I don't remember the stairs here. Is this the one non-hostile? What the hell's going on? I wonder if there's like a real reason for this. 'Cause you can't talk to him. It'd be cool if you could like equip the witch's ring and it would like bring up some dialogue. I don't really think there is anything. Yeah, I'm not going to worry about that. There's nothing to it. You're drinking tons of beer. That's not the hydration Nightbot is speaking of. Fire causes the bloathead hollows to not pop. Okay. Unfortunately, I don't have any fire right now. You said the painting is named after the painting, so you doubt it? It would be Picasso translated to Da Vinci. The painting's named after the painter. At least in 3, it's named Ash after the character, its subject. Alex says, you believe the skeletons are here to protect the switch, like you said, Nito's minions. Nito doesn't want Life Hunt either. He too knows Priscilla's very dangerous should she be used as a weapon. That's your firm stance other than just gameplay reasons. We can only see the bastard Tyrion in the catacombs and the tomb. The gods are lucky Priscilla is a peaceful and does not seek to rebel at all. And Borat Quapsico says, the stream helps with work hours. Heard Ariamis was written like Ariamis? Must be misremembering. I'll check that out in a second. Let me just catch up with you guys on the chat. I think I got too close. That's what I get for harming a non-hostile one. Using the last of our purple ones. That's silly of me. Oh, we get fire surge from this one. Okay, so I don't regret that as much. Other than running out of my resources. Especially since there's no, like, vendor here to replenish that stuff. It can make this a much more difficult area. But at least with the flame surge, that might be a fire surge, that it might be a hint that using fire on them would be good. But, okay. Alex has a new theory on the DS2 giants. Just like the old souls re-emerged, the giants could have gotten a better hand. That's why they look so different. They are giants, just the same souls in different bodies. It's really weird that they went with that design in DS2 for the giants, but they do have eyes, etc. if one looks with the camera. Okay. Ziona says, the Lordran giant and the Whole Giants aren't the same. The Whole Giants come from a different land. Alex says, we don't know that. It depends. The game hints that the games might be in Lordran or in another continent. We don't know. But it's no accident that they're called giants. Well, at the very least, the giants in Drangleic do come from a different land from Drangleic. Whether that different land is Lordran itself is also debatable. But it does call into question whether or not Drangleic is part of Lordran, because in Dark Souls 3 we find Laddersmith Gilligan in the Profane Capital and all that too. Ziona says, we do know Drangleic is Lordran. We venture inside the Chasm of the Abyss. Bell says the dragons are rather large. And Elsa says the wheel skellies might have been corralled down the well because they were jackasses that kept killing the other forlorn. So, oh damn, we're already over 4 hours. I didn't realize that. We could probably finish off with Priscilla and all that stuff. Alright. Thinking, yeah, oh, we'll just continue for now. Time's flying by today. Fire Surge is a pyromancy foreign to the Great Swamp. Create a surge of flame from the palm of hand. Not all pyromancy originates in the Great Swamp. One hears rumors of unknown pyromancers inhabiting various lands, and this spells the work of one such outlander. So it's pretty much verbatim the exact same as Acid Surge, which is kind of disappointing. Yeah, I didn't pick it up yet. But that might also have ties to, like, the wandering pyromancers like Jeremiah. Because when we go into Ulasil later, it talks about there being a wandering pyromancer. I thought I got too close to it. Not going to take chances with bone wheels. Because the ones with Ulasil talk about having wandering pyromancers, and that's where they came up with, like, the dark flame spells. And we get the annex key. So that's the other thing that we needed and didn't have. So let's go up the well, just to kind of round out our adventure here. And then let's probably go rest. We probably can level up. Yeah. Especially after killing the phalanx like twice. Where are we? Oh, we're not. Okay, so we are over here. Oh, this is the different spot. Okay. Nothing over here. Okay. Alright, so here we go. So we're back to where we were from the beginning. So we got the annex key, and then the statue turned to open up the path, like, towards the boss. Which I won't show off just yet, because we have a little bit more to explore on that side over there. And I should probably repair all my crap. Been a while. Durability really isn't a big deal in this game. Holy crap. We're doing leveling up. Could go with more vitality. Let's just pump up our intelligence for the Logan stuff so we don't have to worry about it so much later. So we need 20,000 to level up? Okay. Down a little bit. Alright, so these hollows lunge a bit faster than I'm expecting. So these ones are a little bit more spry than, like, the ones in the Undead Asylum. Not that that's really a big deal at all. I'm just kind of making an idle observation. I don't really think it's super relevant, other than, you know, just making the enemies still be somewhat dangerous to the player. I mean, they're not terribly dangerous, but they've made it so I kind of already need to heal. Forgot to two-hand it. So yeah, we don't really need Havel's Ring on to fight these guys, and so with our Silver Serpent Ring, we've gotten a lot more souls. So we had 5,000 before, now we have 14,000. So almost 9,000 souls for like 40 seconds worth of work. It's really the best farming spot in the game, especially if you have the symbol of avarice to further increase those soul gains. So we have like a little chapel down here. And I don't think this opens from this side. Maybe it does. Oh, we needed the annex key. Okay. Oh, so we couldn't go through here first. Okay, okay. So we kind of made it work out anyway. So as far as like the religious iconography, it's kind of all destroyed here. Oh yeah, and before I forget again, one of the things that I just thought of as I was like killing random enemies is maybe they were like bloodletting all of these hollow type things to, you know, have blood for the painting itself. I don't think we really got that idea that the world was painted with blood alone in Dark Souls 1, but at least with Dark Souls 3, we might be able to make that connection now. Did I equip the ring again? Yeah, okay. Oh yeah, so we want to go through this way. And then we're to read the key. Why did I even go over there? Oh yeah, just to talk about the skeleton things. The hollows. Alright. Alex says, we don't know that, but you do agree that it all has to sort of be due to what is said, but you stand by the fact that they're the same giants but in different reincarnations, just like the Lost Sinner. In Dark Souls 2, all the continents are crushed together like in Dark Souls 3. Sort of, but at least they do have the lore in the games that they had to like cross the ocean or the sea or whatever to encounter the giants and have that war get waged. So even if they're kind of crushed together, I mean, there still was a sea and whatnot. Hilda says, we only see giants in Dark Souls 2 after they lost their priceless treasure to Vendrick. They may have looked different before Vendrick raised them. They're essentially their version of hollows. So in my head, all I've got going on is the image of Vendrick playing a got your nose with a giant. A giant infant or something like that. That's why they don't have a face. Alex says, you think it's the same souls but became a different race as all souls reincarnate with similar but also different attributes when the flames linked. Ziona says, it's not explicitly stated, but there is enough evidence that it's the same land. The giant blacksmith, Go. I don't think the giant blacksmith is Go. Oh, you're just saying like two different names. Okay. Never mind. And Alex says, also, where do we see giants in Lordran? We see Go, we see the blacksmith. And Ziona says, Senge giants. You think that might indicate they're not from Lordran? You mean we just don't know? Why introduce an entire new race of giants when we already have giants? And call them the same thing? Makes no sense unless they're connected. We believe Yorm is a descendant of the Giant Lord. Elda says, durability is more of an issue with the grinding, especially at early levels. Yeah, or like the crystal stuff. They introduced another race of giants in the Ring City. There are 3 types of giants. The Whole Giants, Lordran Giants, and Adjudicator Giants, in Xionis' opinion. Alex says, Volnir isn't a giant. Yeah, I don't think even the lore calls him a giant. I think it's just more like we get teleported to the realm of the dead, the abyss essentially, and we kind of find a spirit version of him, like a Gashadokuro. Alex says, isn't there just one adjudicator? He cannot be killed, he just reappears. Or at max we have 3, they may be divergently evolved. Alex says, true, but we don't know if the giants existed inside the Lordran that we see. I think that's a fair criticism, but as you said, there are at least 3 adjudicator giants, so there is some variety within the giants of all of the games, and they're still called giants for whatever reason. So I don't ultimately know what the difference is. We see the giant invasion of Dringlik, so they look that way. Ziona says they drop divine blessings. Okay, I probably should drink. Thank you, Nightbot. Alright. Annex key. Key to the annex of the painted world of Ariamis. In the wintry painted world, there is a structure resembling an old cathedral. Its annex serves as a type of storehouse. Not too much useful information. This is obviously a cathedral, even without the key description. But for whatever reason, I guess it might show that the religion is kind of faded, since it's nothing more than a storage facility. This dude can be kind of dangerous, especially without our blooming moss. No, 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 no. Run away, run away, run away. Locking on and run. Oh, we're screwed. Damn it, damn it, damn it. Oh, time to go to the bonfire. We're not dealing with toxic. Why do I always have the damn binoculars out? I could probably outweight it next time. Or wait it out, whatever. Giants, just like men and gods, probably disappeared across the world in the long Age of Fire. Stella says, how much of DS3 lore was thought of around the time of Dark Souls 1? You think it was a lot? Was just built from what was there. We really don't know. And I could see arguments going either way. Because I think they said like they didn't plan Dark Souls to have like sequels and whatnot. Three of these things chasing me. Going. You get a large leather shield. I don't think you've ever picked one of those ones up. A large leather-covered round shield. Choice shield for hunters. Wood shields are lighter than metal shields, but with lower physical damage reduction and reduced shield stability. So, despite having gotten both weapons that pieces of equipment that the damn phalanx drops, it really doesn't give us any insight as to what they were. Too close. Damn it, I'll just deal. You guys really aren't scary when... Oop, that's scary, actually. I need this to run out so I can look at the damn statue there. Not statue, but the corpse. Is it gonna jump? Can it jump in there? Let's turn our HUD on. Oh, let's kill that other one and then turn the HUD on. Okay. Oh, we're not going to be able to outweight this. Ugh. Oh, we have more humanity, so we can kindle up again. Katie says, Volnir is made up of multiple skeletons, which might mean that his appearance is made up of all the people he killed during his conquest. I like that idea. I think that fits his character really well, too. And... he probably level up again, not that we were even trying to. Oh yeah, need to kindle. Alex says, to be fair, playing Devil's Advocate here, we only see the giants in Dark Souls 2 after Vendrick invaded them and took his prize, which allowed him to create golems. Perhaps they were sort of hollow? Or like they're becoming undead like humans, and so that explains their appearance, but they were still sentient. Then, Justin replies, but we see the corpse of both the whole giants and the regular Lordran giants. The whole ones grow into trees where the giant blacksmith is just a corpse. Stella says, Volnir is like a what now? A Gasha Dokuro? Let me try to pull this up for you guys. Oop, almost dropped my controller. Oh, voice is gone. Thank you guys. Sorry about that. Let me double check. Okay, no, I do. Okay. So I just must have pressed the wrong button at one time. I've been on mute for over 5 minutes. That's what I get for not looking at the screen. I don't know how I did that. I must have did it. Oh well. I mean, I do know how I did it. I just don't know how I didn't notice. Is my point. That's what happens when you don't monitor yourself. So thank you guys for letting me know. Sorry for screwing up. I should just leave these dudes. Both souls are good. I was just complaining about how I screwed up getting Velka's rapier with all that status effect on me. And that I don't have any of the fire bombs to cheese the not bloathead things. Rip. There we go. Okay, that's spooky. You're on now. You're just fine. Yeah. I must have accidentally pressed my mute button as I was switching scenes. Oh, this is too close. Damn it. Las Vegas, welcome back in. And Govica, welcome in. One-shotting them, damn. He said, just came in, do you think the painted worlds are pocket dimensions or separate planes or something else? That's actually a really good question, and I guess I haven't talked about that so far yet. I guess now that I think about it, I don't want to say like it's a pocket dimension, I mean, but it kind of is. I think the closest parallel that I could draw the painted worlds into, that wasn't intended to be a pun, would be, they might function similarly to the Giants' memories in Dark Souls 2, or like the memories in Sekiro, or kind of like the nightmares in Bloodborne, and that this painted world is probably only able to exist because of the soul that it's attached to. So if you like encounter the giant corpses in Dark Souls 2 and get sucked into their memories, that's kind of like going inside them, obviously. And so the painted world might operate on a kind of similar logic there. Oh, I forgot to level up after screwing up. It's all good. With the blood being linked to the soul very explicitly in Dark Souls 3, I think that's kind of how I would try to explain it. And when I was saying like it's similar to the nightmares in Bloodborne, I haven't really like made my videos about it, but I have mentioned it briefly that I feel like the nightmares are kind of like an afterlife of sorts. Too soon. Okay. I just need to get one of them like separated from the other. A little bit easier said than done. Oh, so they see me and then they come up? Alright. So hopefully that answers your question. So they're kind of like pocket worlds, but also not. Kind of more like memories to me, I think. Damn it. Not that I really think that this is a memory specifically, but I think it just kind of operates on the same wavelength. Shit. At this point, if anybody knows like if there's more of the blooming white moss, please feel free to tell me. Because all I need to do is just get to the damn ember without all the status effects on me for footage. Because that's actually going to be really important for some things, maybe. So yeah, just bump up intelligence until we get to 15. Alright. Alex says they're pocket dimensions. If the world outside of the painting burns up, and then the world burns up is what you think. So yeah, I think if you say like it's a pocket dimension and that like it still technically exists in the quote-unquote real world, that can kind of make sense. Like we can't say like it's completely divorced from the regular world of Dark Souls. It is kind of still grounded in reality, even though it's like in a separate pocket of it somewhat. So I think this is pretty much just like the inside of somebody's soul. Gotta stop screwing around with phalanx, because that's just eating away at time right now. He stopped. Why did it stop? Damn it. So freaking annoying. Let me catch up with you guys in case you actually did tell me, hey dude, there's some moss over here. Obviously need to get back to the bonfire. Alright, I don't see anything about the moss. Thanks for your insight, appreciate it. Thanks, Alex, too. You're welcome. Thank you for asking, that was a good question. Oh, you can probably parry backstab the bloated hollows to dodge the toxic. That's not a bad idea. Except for the fact that it's like in a hallway. I appreciate it. Fire can't be stopped anymore, just there. No bows or anything. So no, I actually used all of my arrows on a Corvian because it was like stuck on a wall and I didn't want it to chase me down later. It's kind of a comical that's kind of screwing me over now because I didn't need to kill it that way. And now we have no resources and there's like no real merchants here, which is probably like the biggest flaw of the painted world, especially since you get stuck here. And obviously, like, if I wasn't trying to get the footage of this, I could just be one and done with it and deal with all the toxic. Go. So we just need those two to walk around and separate. So maybe if we get the one to shoot his crap at me again. Let's not screw it up this time. Damn it. That's us screwing it up this time. Ugh. Too close. Oh, no. Okay. Two down, one to go. This one is being a jerk. It's going to be kind of hard to gauge the distance with the stairs there. And I already used all of my consumables that are like capable of actually hurting it. Like maybe the throwing knives. But that definitely won't be enough to kill it, I don't think. Well, you only have 10. Or I couldn't. Oh, I could probably also use the dung pies. I don't know how long it lasts, though. I think we're out. Yeah. Oh, that screwed up. No arrows is annoying. Yeah. The sad thing is I used like 50 on the Corvian that was just stuck on a wall. I think that'd be fine. Okay, we did it. And now the Corvians are probably going to mess me up just because I'm trying to get footage. We're going to drop in. Sweet. Let's get these out of the frame. Oh, the things we do for footage in this stream. And I apologize for, you know, ignoring you guys for so long. So let's pull out our binoculars. Get our nice, like, panoramics going on here. Oh, screwed up a little bit. Okay. That's pretty good. Probably just to go fast this time. Not so great. Again, I could always reverse the footage next time around. So that'll be good. That'll be serviceable. Pretty much all of that was just to get this thing, just me hitting X right now. That still kind of looked garbage. Get the Dark Ember. So we have the corpse of a blacksmith right here. So as I was mentioning before, like with the alleged occult plan against the gods, one of the criticisms I would have against like some of the videos points would be he makes the assertion that the divine blacksmith in Darkroot Garden may have been petrified by Seath. Well, I mean, that's kind of a fine claim on its own, but when we look at all of the other blacksmith NPCs, corpses, they're kind of in the same state, so I think it would be kind of crazy to suggest that this Andre here was also petrified by Seath. I mean, I guess it's technically a possibility, but I feel like it just cherry-picks data sometimes to fit its narrative. So let's check out that Ember, and then... Oh, damn, we'll probably have to end it here for today. Which is fine, because starting off with what's-her-face, it'll be fine. Priscilla. Let me scroll back up with you guys. Probably missed a bit and won't be able to read it all. Effervescent, welcome back. You said, if you got a few dung pies, you can toxic yourself from them, and the HP loss from that is less than the enemy toxic. Yeah. Came to that realization at the very end, but I also don't know how long it lasted, but I would have tried it if I screwed up right then, because it would have been worthwhile. You know what I always say, get good. Effervescent says, sorry you're not talking much, studying at the moment. It's all good. I've been watching for a while. Sweet. Alex says, or Philippe's welcome back in. You said you think it's a matter that there can't be two paintings at once. I think there probably could be, since there can be like multiple giant memories, but I feel like you can't have two paintings within the one painting. You might be right about that if that's what you're going with. Another painting would never be made. The canvas would just continue to rot. Alex says, it took you to make her embered and so kickstarted the revival of the painting. She needs to see the flame and the dark soul. These games usually go with a literal interpretation of a metaphorical problem. A painter needs her to see her old painting burn before being able to make a new one. The paintings show us the natural order. They need both flame and dark, meaning light and dark, to be a real world. So the natural state is both. The difference lies in that the paintings seem to deteriorate quicker, it seems. So light and dark are the core of the world. That goes for everything. A balance, the ages come and go if natural. I agree with you completely there. You can use pyromancy if you need to hit something. Oh yeah, I do have actual pyromancer spells that I can use. Oh yeah, because we just picked some up. I probably... Do I even have the buff? Because that would be even funnier. No, I don't. Okay. But nonetheless, you guys are totally right. And I'm trying to, you know, fit a square peg into a round hole with my playstyle. That's funny. Smooth brain right here. The painting is a parallel to the other world. They function under different metaphors but similar rules. They have the same general message of accepting the end and leaving the place for something new. It's a good way of saying it. Yeah, and Stella makes a good point that we don't actually know how many painting worlds there were between Ariamis and Ariandel. So, at the very least, you do see like remnants of Ariamis in Ariandel, which I enjoy. Which Justin brings up right then. Evil Andre. There goes Andre again, dead and with an ember. You tell you they're all Andre, the very same person but with different incarnations. They could have easily just made them a rando core. Sleep says that's an interesting aspect of Soul. It's neither just a metaphor or a literal story, it's both. And you can't really just think of one or the other. You wonder if they just reuse the Andre model or if the appearances matter. I mean, probably both. Miyazaki just pointed this out, like with the Andres, he wanted them to be more of a clan, so we just kind of go with that. So, Sleep says, gameplay-wise, it's pretty clear to see a model of a blacksmith to show you where to use the ember. Yeah. Sometimes assets just reused. They could have used any other corpse. They were petrified by... See if they'd be crystallized. I agree. Ending the stream on Rebellion lore? Yeah, probably. Maybe the Andre clan was cursed to turn to stone when slain? I don't think so. It's probably just shows that they might not be undead like the others. I mean, they should be undead, but they're ashen ones. Maybe that's the real hidden lore. It almost looks like he's praying. I don't really know if that's relevant, but that's also kind of reminiscent of the intro where the lady like clasps an ember of somebody else who's departed. So maybe that's what it's getting at right there as well. Let's this is actually pretty good footage right here. Slow pan. Oh, slow pan. Past the body. Damn it. I need to go slower. I probably need to like change the camera settings again. We're waiting for the damn rocks. Okay. Here. Come on. Okay, that'll be good enough. Luke says, you don't think the painter can physically paint another painting until the previous one is in the process of burning? Do you find the embers for the giant or the skeleton on an Andre statue? Yes. They're all Andre statues. Actually, I don't remember the giant coffin. Or actually New Londo now that I think about it, but we will be able to double check that in the future. Right, so now we got our damn Dark Ember, and I didn't read it, but I'll go back to the bonfire, and then I'll probably read it before ending stream for today. And so I may as well just say it now, since we're just kind of in a lull, moving between the locations. But once again, everybody who's dropped in, left comments, or lurked, I appreciate it, and thank you all for, you know, livening up the stream with the comments throughout everything and sharing your lore opinions. I do appreciate hearing those as well, and I like them. Alright, so let's check out our Dark Ember. So this is Ember required for weapon ascension. The church long hid the forbidden black ember, and no living blacksmith knows of it. ascends a divine weapon to an occult weapon. Occult weapon can be reinforced to +5. Occult weapons were used to hunt the gods and are effective against their followers and kin. Huh. I wonder if it's the Japanese just clear like the believers in the gods. But I guess that's not too important. Maybe it describes it a bit more in the other games. And so, Gavika says, what do you mean by make, like turn it into world or begin to paint a new world? If you're talking to somebody in chat, I don't know, but for me, I think there could probably be multiple paintings, but just not on the same canvas, is what I would try to say. So what the little girl was painting in Arendelle is what then? If a painting cannot exist in another painting? So yeah, they just kind of paint over it, which is kind of weird, but it's what we've got. Deepest lore incoming, but the reason the Chaos Ember doesn't have Andre is because he was burned by the lava. Oh yeah, the Chaos Ember is also a thing. Can a painter begin to paint a new world and have several on standby? Probably not one, because if it's tied to the soul, I would assume you probably need different painters. But maybe, especially if like Gale commandeered the souls of others. It's a bit odd she's inside a burning painting during the process, but who knows how the transition works. They don't remember everything, but they'll have a will to live, and so do not hollow, like Patcha says, and effectively, the end of DS games is greed will always exist or something. People will always need blacksmiths, and Patches will always have people to rob. Yeah. Followers implies believers. Yeah. That's fair. Okay. So that'll be it for today's stream. Getting close to 5 hours. I was trying to like finish up the world, but you know, crashing on some toxic float heads slowed us down a little bit. But it's all good. Tomorrow we'll continue from where we left off, finishing off with Priscilla and going to see Logan and all that stuff over there. And then we'll probably head into like New Londo next to show off the Dark Wraith stuff. So once again, we'll go live tomorrow at 1 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, and so take care until then. See you next time.